Hi, this is Stan Glantz. I'm on the phone now. Oh, well.
Oh, well, there we go. I thought it saw the reflection. Hi, Stan.
Hi there.
Okay. Good morning. I wanted to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to this meeting of the Scientific Review Panel on Toxic Air Contaminants. And we have on our panel in person, we have, there are 5 of us, and I believe there will be 4 people on the phone. So I'd like to ask the 5 panelists who are here to introduce themselves. We'll start with Dr. Hammond.
I'm Catherine Hammond from UC Berkeley, a professor in environmental health sciences at the School of Public Health and Associate Dean for Academic Affairs.
Cord Anastasio, UC Davis.
Alan Buckpitt, UC Davis.
Hi, Joe Landolf, Associate Professor of Molecular Microbiology, Immunology, and a member of the Cancer Center at the University of Southern California.
I'm Mike Kleinman. I'm chairing the meeting, and I'm from UC Irvine. And on the phone, we have
Stan Glantz.
Paul and Stan.
Well,
Are you
Paul isn't here yet, but I am.
Okay. Then we have Stan and Beata. Okay. The UCLA contingent, I guess, will sign on as they get available. But while we're waiting for them to sign on, I think we can start with some of the beginnings of the meeting. But I just wanted to mention that Dr. Ritz has agreed to serve on the panel for another term, and that's all been approved. So we're very happy that she will be joining us for the next several years, hopefully. Okay, a few administrative items for the people who are here. Restrooms and drinking fountains are outside the room to the left. If a fire alarm rings, go down the stairs, proceed out of the building. Because our court stenographer had another date, we are recording this session, and the stenographer will transcribe from the recording. So it's really important that everybody use their microphones and try to speak clearly, because he has a hard enough time doing it from live. So I guess what would be good, because we don't have the full panel on yet, there was some discussion by email as to the order in which we would discuss things, and we were initially going to talk about some of the charge questions. We discussed charge questions 1 and 2 in great detail at the last meeting.
Paul Blanc is now here.
Great, welcome, Paul.
So does that mean we now have everybody?
We are still missing UCLA.
Okay. Well, I would just suggest we get going on the main.
Do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think
we're able to now proceed. But since one of the charge questions really instant feedback. I guess the recording works. Okay. Since one of the charge questions deals with epidemiology, and Beata is one of the most qualified people on the panel to be involved in that discussion, I think what we ought to do is start out with the DPR response to all the comments that we were providing at the last meeting, and I understand you have a presentation on what, how the those comments are being addressed.
Okay, so we were going to present that after the charge questions, but you would like for us to do that now, or discuss at least what we understood from the last meeting?
I think that would be helpful, because I really would like Beata and Jesus to be on the line when we start going into the other charge questions.
So Shelley will be presenting what we understood from what we were going to revise in the document when it
Right.
comes back to the panel.
Now, is that okay with the rest of the panel if we go that way? Yeah, okay.
So good morning, everyone. We just want to remind folks who are going to be presenting today, for the record. My name is Shelley Duteau. I'm the Chief of Human Health Assessment Branch in the Department of Pesticide Regulation. And joining me are Dr. Terrell Berry, who's the lead exposure assessor, Dr. Svetlana Kushlokova, the senior toxicologist in the risk assessment section, Dr. Eric Kwok, the senior toxicologist from the exposure assessment section, and Dr. Mary Lou Verder Carlos, who's one of the assistant directors of the Department of Pesticide Regulation. So we were going to cover several things today. We don't have slides for many things other than the charge questions, but I did want to start with an opening statement, and that is just to remind those of us here that by law, the panel shall review, quote, the scientific data on which the report is based, the scientific procedures and methods used to support the data, and the conclusions and assessments on which the report is based. This is from the Food and Agricultural Code, section 1402, B through C. And if the scientific review panel determines, quote, the health effects report is seriously deficient, it returns the report then to the DPR director, who shall revise it and resubmit it within 30 days of receiving SRP's determination of deficiency and prior to developing control measures or other regulations. A reminder of what the charge is to those of us here. And just a comment about the risk assessment and the database, including all of the studies that we analyzed for this particular assessment. DPR's risk assessments use all available scientific information to define the hazard and to make certain that the critical studies in the assessment are biologically relevant and scientifically sound. So, as our understanding of some of the comments, especially those that came at the end of the January...
Excuse me, Paul Blank wants to ask a question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So just to clarify on what you so clearly laid out in terms of the legal requirements, those legal requirements don't include or specify responding to a series of charge questions from the agency.
Dr. Blanc, can you speak up to your microphone, because not
Why?
everybody can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So
There
the
you
charge question, just for the record, the legal requirements that were just laid out don't specifically require that the SRP respond to a series of charge questions as the structure of our approach to a document. It doesn't preclude us from doing it, but it certainly doesn't require it, just if I understand correctly what was just stated.
That's correct. The approach that we did and we did check with Dr. Kleinman about this, is so that we can get the opinions and the scientific opinions of the panel on specific areas that we thought we could really get your help on. But you're right, the legal requirement is not to respond to the charge questions, but to kind of have a discussion on the things that we need advice on.
Well, actually, this is Stan. That's not quite accurate either. And, I thought the charge questions were helpful, actually, in terms of focusing the discussion. But the panel's job is to provide an independent peer review of the report and determine whether it's seriously deficient or not. We're not an advisory committee to DPR, where we give you advice and then you decide what to do. I mean, you guys have to produce a report that we'll approve. So that's different. I've been on lots of advisory committees where, you give advice and then the agency does what it will. But, in the end result of this whole process is that we're going to write a set of findings that say we find this, the wording in the law is kind of bizarre. It's not seriously deficient. But for what that means in practical terms is that we approve the report and say we think that it's scientifically accurate. So that, that is our job. Now, again, I have to say when I first saw the charge questions, a couple months ago, I reacted a little bit about, we're not here just to answer your questions. But as I went through the public comments in the report, I actually found them very helpful in, thinking about the issue. But again, in the end, what we're going to have to vote on is whether or not the report is scientifically acceptable. So, the things that we're saying to DPR, like the discussion we had last time about changing the endpoint to neurotoxicity, I mean, that's not advice. That, I think that the tenor of the discussion last time is that the report's not going to get approved if you don't do that in a reasonable way.
Stan, this is Mike. My take on the charge questions was that I agree they help focus the discussion. They also indicate some areas of concern that DPR has within the report. And they specifically are asking about the scientific basis for those particular topics covered in the charge question. So they were sort of separating out individual areas that are important and could eventually be areas that they will be challenged on. So our job is not necessarily to evaluate how they did with regard to some of those topic areas, as opposed to telling them how to rewrite the report. I agree. Our job is not.
Well, no, I'm sorry. And this is why, having been on this panel forever, no, we are in a position and we can tell them to rewrite the report or we won't approve it. Our job, and we've had plenty of reports that have come through this committee where the committee made very strenuous, recommendations to the agency, which were then followed. And, we're not in the end, I mean, we can discuss these things. And again, I thought the charge questions were very helpful. But in the end, we're going to have to vote that the report is scientifically accurate and appropriate. And if there are things that we're raising, like this issue about the endpoints, and DPR doesn't fix that stuff to the panel's satisfaction, then I don't see how we can approve the report. So we're not just here to help them out. In the end, we have to vote that this report is not seriously deficient, which means that it's acceptable, and to form the basis of future regulations. So, I think if the committee if there are issues where the committee is unhappy with the report, DPR has to fix them. You know, it's not like we're giving them some advice. We don't vote for something if it isn't fixed. You know, and we've had some very, you know, in the lead report a long time ago, some of that got quite hot because back when Pete Wilson was governor, they tried to sneak through a report saying lead wasn't as bad as it was. So I just think it's really important people understand that. I mean, I don't know if ARB has a lawyer there like that. A lot of the meetings they used to, but I mean, that could get clarified. But no, in the end, we have to vote the report is not seriously deficient. And if the DPR hasn't done things that we think need to be done, then I don't see how we can vote that the report's not seriously deficient. I'm sorry to give a long speech, but I think that's a really important distinction.
Well, I think, speaking for myself, I agree with a lot of what you said. The things, you know, we can, you know, look at the report as a whole and just say there are scientific deficiencies, go fix them. I think the charge questions give us the opportunity to have findings that are very specific areas that we feel are more deficient than others, for example, that they need to.
In the end, we do not issue findings about deficiencies in the report. In the end, we have to approve the report. And the findings that are issued it's essentially an executive summary of the executive summary of the final report. You know, so, you know, we don't come back to DPR with the report saying like, well, we think this part of it is okay, and we think there are problems with that. In the end, we've got to vote to approve the report as the document sits in front of us. And that, the findings thing that SRP, I mean, from a strictly legal point of view, SRP doesn't even have to issue findings. All we have to do is issue a 1 or 2 sentence letter that says, we find that this report is not seriously deficient, and we also have to make an assessment of whether or not there's a threshold for effect. Those are the two things that are written into the law. Now, over the years, the tradition developed of the SRP also making findings, which are a summary of what the SRP thinks are the key points in the report. But that's not legally required. The two things that are legally required is a finding that the report is not seriously deficient, and the law requires that we address whether or not we think there's a threshold. So it's not, our report back to DPR is not well, this is good and that's not. We have to say this report is acceptable, period. You know, and if we want to issue findings that are written around the way the charge questions are written, you know, that may make a lot of sense, and maybe we'll do that. But one of the findings cannot be, well, DPR didn't handle this issue properly. If DPR hasn't handled it properly, then we don't approve the report.
Well, Kathy had some. Oh, okay. I have the actual code, and so just to read it out verbatim, the panel shall review as appropriate the scientific data on which the report is based, the scientific procedures and methods used to support the data, and the conclusions and assessments on which the report is based. Then the panel shall submit its written findings to the director within 45 days after receiving the report, but it may petition the director for an extension of the deadline. So, yes, we do review as appropriate the scientific data, the procedures, the methods, and the conclusions and the assessments. So, you know, those are all within our bailiwick and part of the statutory basis for this. So then it goes on, if the panel determines that the health effects report is seriously deficient, the report will be returned to the director, who shall revise and resubmit the report. So,
well, again, not to beat a dead horse, but
yeah.
The last part is the important point. and that is, I mean, I've never, in all the many years I've been on here, we've never approved a report in the end that anybody thought there was any problems remaining. Because it's like, as you said, if the panel determines that the report is seriously deficient, the report goes back to the director to come back with a fixed report, and the word is shall. The director shall revise and resubmit the report, not the director may do it. And I could just tell you, I mean, it's the way the practices have evolved on the panel. We have, I remember way back in the beginning, we used to vote that reports were seriously deficient and send them back, but the practice, that kind of fell by the wayside, and there was just an understanding that if we didn't approve the report, it was seriously deficient. And they came back and fixed it, based on the panel's input. But again, the word there is shall, and so I think that's really important here because there were some, fairly major changes that the panel came up with at the end of the discussion last time, and those need to be made in the report, unless the panel changes its mind and decides that we were wrong before.
No, I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that those were only the first, addressing things that were summarized in the first two charge questions. And
right, but I think
the
point, the point, and then I'll stop ranting and raving about this. But this is the first TAC determination that's come up in a while, and I mean, again, I have no problem. I mean, I thought we talked about more than the first two charge questions last time, but I think the important point that people need to take away with is, in the end, the charge questions may be useful for helping to organize the discussion, but the role that the panel plays in the end and what DPR has to do in revising this report is make the changes that the panel's recommending or talk the panel out of them.
Well, I agree, but we need to be very specific on the points. Kathy had something she wanted to say.
Briefly, I do agree with the major point that Paul and Stan have made, that we are not a science advisory panel, we're a science review panel. And so it's right there in the name, as well as in the legislation. I don't necessarily feel that that's been misunderstood, but it's there for clarity. And then I think their questions that were given to us, and whether they're maybe we shouldn't call them charge questions, but questions on which you would like to make sure that we address and provide advice, and that is totally, I'm fine with that. And so maybe the charge question might not be the right word, but I think the questions are good questions that should be discussed together so that we can be reviewing.
Well, I have to beat the dead horse one more time. The way I think, because I think this sort of linguistic thing is important here. What I see in these questions are issues that DPR identified which are particularly worthy of discussion. And that's how I viewed them. And again, I think they were very helpful. But, in the end, what we have to do is approve a report where we think the whole report is acceptable, and which may or may not involve things in those questions. So, but I think we should just get going on working on the report and seeing how DPR has responded to the issues that were raised at the last meeting. I mean, that's what I would like to do.
A question would be, do we want to see how they've responded to the questions from the last meeting, or continue the questions that have been brought up for discussion and continue
Well, we're
the first
in the process of
right.
Going, letting them respond to the last two. So,
I heard a beep, so I think
Beata?
somebody...
Yes, I'm on.
Wonderful. I announced that you accepted another term on the panel, by the way.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are, I don't know how much of the discussion you heard, but we are going to have a response to our previous suggestions and talk about those first, and then we'll move on to the, the discussing the rest of the report.
Yeah, I've been on for 20 minutes.
Okay, so let us continue.
So this is Shelley Duto again. So following the January 23rd meeting, although we're just going by the transcript and haven't received anything formally from the panel, these are what we took from that meeting and issues that we started working on prior to that meeting, as well as what we will continue to work on in the revised or final TAC evaluation document for chlorpyrifos. And those include the following. One is to present both acetylcholinesterase inhibition and developmental neurotoxicity reference concentrations in the risk appraisal section of the TAC evaluation document. And this largely follows what Professor Landoff suggested at the very end of the meeting. The reference concentration for acetylcholinesterase inhibition is 28.5 micrograms per meter cubed. And the reference concentration for developmental neurotoxicity, based on our current assessment of the new data, is 3.3 micrograms per meter cubed. So they're approximately an order of magnitude different from each other. And we will be writing the document to not only show MOEs and points of departure for both endpoints, but a discussion of the weight of evidence and the database support for both endpoints in the risk appraisal section, as Dr. Landoff had suggested. The next...
Okay, so, wait, I'm sorry, Paul Blanc here. What else are you intending to say at this meeting about that, about those points?
Well, at this point, I was going to go through a summary of what we took from the January 23rd meeting for changes to incorporate into the TAC evaluation document. We can certainly discuss the developmental neurotoxicity and acetylcholinesterase points of departure after I go through that, or if you'd like to talk about that more now.
Well, isn't that the elephant in the room? I think you have to start with that, and I think you have to make clear to us, obviously your report can't equally weight two possible TACs. So you have to say which TAC you're going with, which approach you're recommending, and then presenting a secondary line of information just for contextual purposes. And I think the thrust of the discussion at the last meeting is that the panel would be receptive to a TAC that was based on the neurodevelopmental toxicity, and we are certainly open to a contextualized presentation of what a TAC might have looked like had it been based on acetylcholinesterase. But we are not looking, speaking for myself, but I think this was the consensus, we are not looking for a document that presents equally two TACs and leaves open the question as to which one the Air Resources Board could choose to use.
Dr. Blanc, are you, just for clarification, are you then asking to discuss those 2 points now, or, because our understanding from the transcript of the meeting last time is that we were going to present the cholinesterase endpoint and then put all the scientific discussions on that, and then also put the new developmental endpoint and have a discussion on the robustness of the data that presents that. So, and Dr. Landolf, I don't know if you could chime in, but that was what our understanding was from the last meeting.
Yeah, this is Joe Landolf. Yeah, Paul, what Mary Lou Carlos Verder just said, Dr. Carlos Verder just said, I think was what I had mentioned last time, because we mentioned that the robustness of the acetylcholinesterase inhibition is very strong. There's not much question about that as an established toxicological endpoint. The neurodevelopmental material is newer. Some of the database is not that robust, and it's an emerging endpoint. So I think it would be prudent to list both things and then wait just a second, please, and then make a decision as to whether which one you choose and why. I mean, I can see two ways of going. One is you go with the acetylcholinesterase, but as I'm going to mention later on, in this document from DPR about cases reported on incidents of disease and to humans, it's clear that some of these, even for acetylcholinesterase, they're not strong enough. I think they should be strengthened, the endpoints. But then I think you're obligated, because of the emerging science, as Jesus discussed extensively last time, to still give credence to the neurobehavioral development and assess the robustness of the database for the DPR, and then make a decision which one they're going to go with and why, for now.
Well, if that's the case, yes. I mean, at the very last, you made clear it can only be one of them that's the TAC. So we should be clear about that.
The TAC, the reference.
The reference level. I'm sorry for my sloppiness. The reference level can only be one of the two approaches. It can't be both. One could be presented as context, but one has to be what is chosen. So if it's still not clear to DPR which way to go, and they would like to get an assessment from the scientific review panel, which is the more valid approach, then I would say all of our time today should be spent on that. I don't care if you start with which one you start with, although my slight preference would be for starting with the neurodevelopmental toxicity data approach. Those should both be outlined in exquisite detail today and get feedback from the panel, because that's going to drive the heart of this report, which will have to be written one way or the other.
So Dr. Blanc, you're asking for us to, so back to the point of toxic air contaminant, and I think we've discussed this before, is the science to back up if we are going to list it as a toxic air contaminant is what's being reviewed. So right now you want us to discuss the new developmental endpoint, and so what the slides that we did last time had the different tables and all that. So is that what you want the approach to be right now, or did you want more robust discussion on that endpoint, or the?
Well, no. This is Stan. I think that there was a pretty good discussion of the two endpoints last time. I don't think we need to repeat that, but what I thought we left the room with was a pretty strong feeling that the reference level or point of departure, whatever it's called by DPR, should be based on the neurodevelopmental endpoint, realizing that there's a more robust database on the acetylcholinesterase inhibition. And, there are a couple of different ways you could relate those. One would be if you were capable of coming up with a dose response based on the neurodevelopmental toxicity, just doing it directly. If there's not enough evidence to do that, it may be that doing the acetylcholinesterase to get the shape of the dose response, and then including an uncertainty factor to account for the different biological endpoint. I mean, that would be my bias of the way to do it, because my sense at the end of the discussion last time was that we had lots of data that could be used to get a dose response in the acetylcholinesterase, but not the neurodevelopmental toxicity. But there was more than enough neurodevelopmental toxicity evidence to conclude that that was the appropriate endpoint, but probably not enough evidence to define a dose-response relationship. And the way to bridge that gap could very well be to use an uncertainty factor, which, based on just what you said in your introductory comments, sounds like it would be 10. But we'd have to judge, whether or not we like the way you came up with that number of 3. So I don't think we need to rehash the whole discussion from last time.
Yeah, I think, Paul Blanc here, I would say that also is consistent with what the impression was that I took away, bearing in mind that I wasn't there for the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes of your discussion. And the open-ended questions that remained were a reaffirmation of the commitment of DPR to use as its primary endpoint neurodevelopmental toxicity. I think we need to hear that today. And then we need to hear what happened with, when you went back to the data, what methods did you apply to derive the values that you did? Was it in fact a lowest effect level approach, or was there some way of benchmarking? And within the neurodevelopmental, that seemed to be the big question. I think that for the parallel contextual acetylcholinesterase derived endpoint, I believe there was a question as to, in fact, what were your uncertainty factors going to be, and depending on those uncertainty factors, what was the contextualized endpoint you reached, and how did that compare with the interim federal EPA endpoint for acetylcholinesterase as a sort of third leg of the stool? Because initially it seemed as if the neurodevelopmental based outcome, taking into account lowest observed effect level and the appropriate uncertainty factors, came out within an order of magnitude of the EPA, federal EPA endpoint, but was considerably lower than your original acetylcholinesterase. And let me just reiterate something that I said, and I think was echoed by others at the last meeting. It doesn't matter how robust your data are if the endpoint is not the correct endpoint to use.
Yeah, Paul, this is Joe. I think robustness is very important because it allows you to make a decision on whether that endpoint is credible. So the newer data on the neurotoxicology, neurobehavioral endpoints, et cetera, I think that's very interesting stuff, but I think the database is clearly more sparse. So that's why I had wanted to see both endpoints discussed and the rationale and the data presented as to why you picked one over the other, so that DPR could justify this when it went forward for regulation.
Well, I think let's go back to Stan's point, is if the committee doesn't find it's appropriate, it won't go forward.
Okay, so then what DPR is tasked with is to discuss all this and revise the document, and then when it goes to you, then that's when you can that's when you say if it's scientifically deficient or not based on this discussion. So we will then change the document based on what Shelley had already said here, and then go through the list of the things we are going to be revising based on our discussion for in January 23rd. So So we'll make sure to revise that, and then you'll receive the document, and then you can make a decision if that is acceptable or not.
Yeah, but I think I think that's fine. But I think I thought at the last meeting we were moving toward a consensus on these points, and so what I'm hoping will come out of the discussion today will hear what DPR thinks about the issues that came up before and further refine a consensus so that you can go back and actually revise the document in a way that when it comes back to the panel, everybody will just vote yes, without a lot of additional discussion. So I think it's a matter of kind of getting down to the details, I think it's fine that you guys didn't bring a document back.
Right, absolutely.
That would be a waste of time, but I think what we're trying to get to is a focused enough set of direction so that when you do bring the document back, everyone will just read it and say, isn't this dandy?
Yeah, I think our cup is half full, not half empty, but I just want to hear the details behind the brief presentation brief comments that were made. Here's how we got to this value for neurodevelopmental, and by the way, here is the acetylcholinesterase version, and how has that changed or not changed from the presentation that we had at our last meeting. And I outlined for you the ways in which I think you got to the numbers. I think the acetylcholinesterase-based value has a higher uncertainty factor than the last time around based on the discussion, but otherwise it probably uses the same approach, more or less, I think, but I need to hear that. And I'm not really clear at all, without hearing more, and would like to hear more. How did you get to the value you got to with neurodevelopmental? So is there someone from DPR that's prepared to present those details? And that's what I'd start with.
Okay, so we'll just go that way, because Svetlana does have a table to talk about exactly to Dr. Blanc's point, and then we will continue the list after that discussion.
Paul said great. I had to unmute the phone, though.
This is Svetlana Kushlukova. So I'm going to walk you through the table again. We revised the number for the inhalation POD for coming from the developmental neurotoxicity study, and I will explain. The first column shows the point of departures as well as the reference concentrations and reference doses that are derived based on acetylcholinesterase inhibition as an endpoint. We adopted these values from the 2014 Uscpa risk assessment, and based on, except for the steady-state inhalation point of departure, which we derived recently here at DPR. So this number, 2,850 microgram per cubic meter, is DPR number. This is based on 21-day dosing and predicted by the model, and the reference concentration is 28.5 microgram per cubic meter. This number is derived as dividing the point of departure by a total uncertainty factor of 100. This incorporates a uncertainty factor for interspecies sensitivity between human and animals as 1. The model is derives human equivalent concentrations, and as such, the default uncertainty factor of 10 can be reduced to 1. A default factor of 10 for interspecies variability was used, and additional one of 10 is to account for the potential developmental neurotoxic effects, which the cholinesterase based endpoint may not protect for. As such, the number we derived for children 1-2 years of age is 28.5 microgram per cubic meter. We probably don't need to go through the other routes. Yes. So this is the majority of our risk assessment was based on cholinesterase inhibition, the 2 of the drafts that we had put together. Since then, starting from 2015, 2 reports came. There were platform presentations at the scientific meeting, which indicated that developmental neurotoxic effects in animals may be occurring at doses where cholinesterase inhibition is not observed, at least not brain cholinesterase inhibition. Since then, 2017, 4 more papers came in animals by various groups. All of them are in rats, except one that was conducted in mice. In the studies, the treatment periods were different. They were starting during the gestation, early or late, during the postnatal development, or combination of gestational and postnatal treatment. There was one paper in mice which used only one single dose during postnatal day 10. We will show the table too. These studies evaluated various endpoints, and roughly they can be summed into 3 groups: behavior, cognition, and motor activity. And those were altered at doses that were generally lower than 0.5 milligram per kilogram per day to 0.1 milligram per kilogram per day. Many of these studies, pretty much none of these studies, measured cholinesterase inhibition concurrently. So the assumption is that the neurodevelopmental effects that occurred in these studies are below doses inhibiting cholinesterase is basing on the general threshold that we know for animals for red blood cell cholinesterase inhibition of 1 milligram per kilogram per day. I will repeat, one of the studies measured brain cholinesterase at the same time as neurodevelopmental effects were observed, and it was not inhibited. So of all these available new data, new studies, all of them, except for one, dosed animals in a way that the lowest tested dose was the low. One provided a NOEL. So these were dietary or gavage treatments. There was no inhalation or dermal study. The point of departure from the collective developmental neurotoxicity studies point to a 10 microgram per kilogram per day. Right? This is an oral NOEL. So then we're going to focus on the uncertainty factors. Because this is an animal database, we're using the default of 10 to account for interspecies sensitivities. And then the default of 10 for intra-species variability, and 1 for developmental neurotoxicity, because the endpoint is based on developmental effects. And as such, the reference dose will be 0.1 microgram per kilogram per day. Because we do not have inhalation study, we are using a typical route-to-route extrapolation to calculate a inhalation point of departure and from then reference concentration. So for the route-to-route extrapolation here in the legend, the assumptions are used. So the way it was calculated is we multiply the number by breathing rate divided by body weight. And so those are the assumptions used for the breathing rate and body weight of children. This number, 333, is different from the table that we showed you before. We had in our formula, there was a mistake. Instead of dividing by body weight, we multiply. So it's now corrected. So basically, the inhalation number from the developmental neurotoxicity studies is roughly 10-fold lower than the POD, the point of departure, inhalation point of departure based on cholinesterase inhibition. So I would like to point something else. The developmental neurotoxicity database that we have now points that the developmental neurotoxic effects occur at about 10-fold distance compared to cholinesterase inhibition. If we would have had the same reference concentration had we not used a model that eliminated the interspecies default factor for cholinesterase inhibition. And the right panel is the 2016 Uscpa human health risk assessment, where they used biomonitoring data and reverse dosimetry to calculate a point of departure of 1.65 microgram per kilogram per day. And the uncertainty factors that they used was 1, because they utilized the same model, the kinetic part of the model, 10, and for interspecies, and then the FQPA was reduced to 1, but the level was considered low L, so low L to no L extrapolation came with that number. So just in conclusion, comparison between the inhibition of cholinesterase and neurodevelopmental effect, it appears that they're spaced by 10-fold.
Could I ask you a quick question? Thank you for the nice exposition. I was reading over this nice report that Dr. Duteau mentioned in the last transcript about the disease and illness reports from exposure to chlorpyrifos by accident. And so if we accept this lower neurodevelopmental toxicity point of departure, then I think this would give the added protection to protect the pesticide sprayers and applicators and the farm workers, would it not? It should give us another factor of 10 by accepting this endpoint. Do you agree with that? I mean, I'm in favor of it. Did I not make myself clear? Let me see. So, I was concerned in this Department of Pesticide Regulation report, which Dr. Duteau discussed in the last meeting, that I thought because of operator incompetence, people doing stuff they are not supposed to do, like when they turn at the end of vegetable rows or whatever, they're supposed to shut the sprayer off, and they were not doing it, so it was affecting children and workers, 100 meters downstream, et cetera. So I feel that we need more protection. So I was asking you, do you agree that accepting the neurodevelopmental toxicity lower concentration, that this would give that added protection to protect the farm hands and the field workers and the sprayers and applicators from chlorpyrifos toxicity?
So I understand your question, and I'm going to answer it in a roundabout way. DPR has purposely separated the risk assessment procedures and methodologies and outcomes from the risk management portion. Unlike EPA, which actually has the risk management and risk assessment intimately woven together in their human health risk assessments, we separate the two. So the TAC evaluation document that you have in front of you is simply the risk assessment part. We have a separate risk management decision-making process that is underscored by the scientific findings, but also takes into account other issues. So it would likely be, and Dr. Verda Carlos can correct me, it would likely be on the risk management side, whether they would decide whether it is protective or if another 10 should be added.
Thank you.
Dr. Kleinman, would you like us to show the summary table of the animal studies? So we, because
Hi, Dr. Blanc here. Before we go there, can I ask a couple of clarifications?
Absolutely.
So
Sure.
from our previous speaker, you've taken as a point of departure one milligram. Is that correct?
No.
What have you?
1 milligram per kilogram per day is the generally accepted threshold for RBC cholinesterase inhibition.
No, I'm talking about for neurodevelopmental. What is your starting point at the top of your column?
So the starting point is 0.1 milligram per kilogram per day.
And is that based on 1 milligram being a lowest observed effect level?
0.1. 0.1 is the lowest effect level.
And then you divide that by 10?
By 100.
No, but first by 10 for 1 and 10 again. Is that right?
Yes. One of the studies established a NOEL, which is 0.01 milligram per kilogram per day, or 10 microgram per kilogram per day. The other studies finished with the lowest tested dose was the LOL of 0.1 or 0.5.
So functionally, if you took 0.1 or 0.01, it would end up at the same place. Is that correct?
So the lowest observed effect level in this table is 0.1, and so dividing by 100 will go to 0.01 milligram per kilogram per day, or 10 microgram per kilogram per day.
Well, no. If you took 0.01 and divided by 100, it would be 0.001.
That would be the reference dose.
Can you go back to your slide with the columns, please?
It's on the screen.
Oh, it's not on my screen. Sorry.
The control person, the control person at their end has to.
The control person at your end has to put it on the screen for the show, I think. Is that right? It's not on. It's those of us by telephone on the meeting thing are not seeing that slide now.
Yeah, we're just seeing the room.
Are you on the webcast?
Are we on the web?
Yeah, we're on the webcast,
Yes.
but all we see is the room, and it says scientific review panel, and before we could see your, there it is, thank you. Or no, now why,
Okay.
it's come up on this machine?
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I can
Okay.
see it now. So, you've gotten to point 1 by a 10 interspecies, and that's because you're taking a lowest observed effect level in the animals. Is that
No.
correct?
No. So focus on this column here, on this box. The point of departure is 10 microgram per kilogram per day, or that would be 0.01 milligram per kilogram per day. That is the NOEL.
Okay, got.
From the NOEL, we derive reference dose by dividing of a total uncertainty factor of 100, and becomes 0.1 microgram per kilogram per day, or 0.001.
So this is Stan, because we may have been confused here.
Can you hear you?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear Stan?
No.
Go ahead, Stan, come over here.
Okay, so, we may have been a little bit confused here at this end, and we apologize for not being here. But are you saying that, because we can't see the footnotes on the table, so are you saying that the numbers in the second green column are in micrograms per day?
Here, look at the first column under acute oral. It's microgram per kilogram per day, and then we're following children 1, 2. So the NOEL, or point of departure, is 10 microgram per kilogram per day, and dividing by an uncertainty factor of 100 will.
Was that okay?
Will
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. We were misreading that. Sorry. So I just have one other question, since I'm close to the phone now. So did that answer your question, Paul, about the unit?
Yes, and then there was one other question which has to do with the acetylcholinesterase version, because
let's go do that later.
Okay.
Okay. So the question I had is, if you look at your green column and then you look at the EPA column, there's like a couple of orders of magnitude different. And could you explain why they're so different?
This is Shelley Duteau. We took the numbers from the November 16th HHRA, the Human Health Risk Assessment from US EPA. So we pulled the numbers out, and in our risk characterization document, the TAC evaluation document that you received in December, it has an explanation both in the introductory portion of the document as well as in the risk appraisal about our understanding of how EPA came to these numbers. However, it's our best guess is how they derived these numbers by using an intricate dose reconstruction and reverse dosimetry methodology based somewhat on the PBPK model. So we were not really in a position to describe exactly how these numbers were derived. That would probably be better answered by EPA themselves. However, we can show the numbers as a comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Paul Blanc here again. I have two other questions. One relates to the green column, sort of the bottom line. And if you recall, we had a discussion about females 13 to 49 that has a not applicable for both of them in the steady state dermal and the steady state inhalation.
Yes.
And we had a discussion about, since the neurodevelopmental issues would be likely to be most relevant to a fetus, or would also be quite relevant to a fetus, and the fetus is likely to be related to women of childbearing age. And we had asked or suggested that those rows not applicable. And I think there was some discussion back and forth, and it seems as if you're still deciding that's not applicable. And I was not clear looking at this if the not applicable or not available is related to some missing data point that you have, because wouldn't the same process be possible to extrapolate to women, just using different body weights and other exposure variables, breathing rates, and so forth?
Yeah, you're right. We will remove the NA, and this will be endpoint applicable.
And is your impression, given how your familiarity with the data, that the value for the females of childbearing age will be higher or lower than that for children?
So for the neurodevelopmental effects, based on the studies that we have, they're all evaluations are on pups. We do not have moms effect. We do, but they come at higher doses. So that is applicable for young, developing organisms, immature organisms. But since we're concerned about protecting the developing organism, this endpoint will be applied for pregnant females.
Right, good. I think that would be good. So in fact, it may come out lower or higher. You don't know, because you're going to apply the same it'll be the same point of departure. The only thing that will change will be issues related to breathing rate and other factors. Correct? Do I understand that correctly?
So it looks like they
This is Eric Kwok. In general, when we divide the point of departure, we look at the endpoint that relevant to the life stage of concern. So for this particular one, when we look at the developmental neurotoxicity study, as Dr. Kozlukova pointed out, the endpoint identified in the pups, so meaning it's a developing organisms. In order to establish an endpoint to characterize the adult, we need to come up with a similar endpoint, and then go from there. So meaning actually.
I think you're incorrect. The endpoint is still the effect in pups, but the delivery vehicle is pregnant women.
That's true, but but ultimately the endpoint the reference dose or the reference concentration will be protected, because in the risk assessment, usually the number that protected the pup eventually will be the driver to protect the woman, but in terms of the endpoint that or the reference concentration derived, and we kind of like make it clear the endpoint is related to the pup protection, and because of that, it kind of like automatically protect the woman of the childbearing age, because if we protect the pup, protect the fetus inside the woman, so in theory, we should protect the mother.
But the level that you come up with for that, not currently where it says not applicable, is going to be different than the row that protects children 1 to 2, because obviously the way that the dose gets delivered is different. So your calculations have to end with a different endpoint. For a number.
Yes, well, the calculation, the numbers is going to be different, but the endpoint, to protect the woman of childbearing age has to be related to the woman of childbearing age.
No, I disagree very fundamentally. What you said, what I understood what you said was, I would agree with, which is if you come up with a number that protects the fetus, it's going to be protective to the women. But the number that you come up with has to be based on what the effect is to the fetus, which is the target organ of toxicity of the woman. So let's take as an extrapolation, if we weren't talking about the fetus, let's say that there was a target organ toxicity to the liver and much less toxicity to the kidneys. In this particular case, you treat the fetus as if it's an organ of the mother. And so your protective value has to be protective to that organ that she has during pregnancy, which is the fetus. So it's not based on some animal study of adult females. It's based on the same data that you have that you're applying to the children, but it is applying to the women who have this organ that has specific target organ toxicity, and therefore you use the toxic level for the fetus, but you use the breathing level or the water drinking level or whatever it is that you plug into your model for the adult woman.
So I'll make 2 comments. One of the animal studies, the design was such that animals were treated after birth, postnatal day 10, so mom was not exposed. And then and the effects were measured later in the development at 60 days, a couple of months later. But I was just thinking of other cases where we have used developmental neurotoxicity endpoints to characterize adult exposure, and one comes to mind from one of our risk assessment documents. It was for a chemical that animals were treated during the development and postnatally, and then later at 60 days of age, morphometric measurements showed shrinkage in the brain regions. So that endpoint was used as NOEL for characterization of exposures to all life stages, with the assumption that it would protect pregnant women and the fetus. So
that's good. You have precedent for doing this, and obviously you should, to the extent that I think you'll come up with the same numbers even if you limit yourself to the studies that were wholly with exposure during pregnancy only, the Silva study, for example, from 2017. On the other hand, this may be a discussion point in your document, but in fact, what is the comparability of a newborn rat to or mouse to a newborn rodent is probably more to a last trimester human than to a newborn human. So from either way, I think you're on solid grounds, and it's nice to hear that you have precedent for doing this previously. So I think that's wise. And I think, though, I'll make one other point about acetylcholinesterase, and then I think other people should have the advantage of commenting because we're a whole committee and I don't want to monopolize. On the acetylcholinesterase pink columns, I noticed that the uncertainty factor for interspecies is still at 1, whereas our discussion at the last meeting spent a lot of time about whether that made sense, and I believe that the consensus was that at a minimum a value of 3 was perhaps more appropriate in terms of the presumptions you were making about the dynamics in particular. That's my recollection, and I think other panel members should weigh in on that. So those are my two areas: the females of childbearing age for the neurodevelopmental, and the presumption of a factor of 1 for interspecies on the cholinesterase side.
Yeah, this is Beate. I actually agree. We know that the PON pyroxenase metabolism capacity for OP pesticides and including chlorpyrifos varies 40-fold within human populations. So there's definitely a difference in susceptibility in humans.
Yes, so we're discussing the interspecies. This is the animal to human sensitivity.
Okay. Mine referred to the intra, that's correct.
So we addressed comments on why the interspecies sensitivity, interspecies uncertainty factor for cholinesterase was removed. The default uncertainty factor was decreased to 1, particularly in the responses to OIHA's findings in December, and I will bring.
Here.
Okay, for the interspecies uncertainty factor reduced to 1, the reason for that is because we're using a PPPK model using the human parameter. And I would like to actually point out one important thing about the model versus the animal data. Because in rat, actually, the plasma carboxysterase, in rat, actually, there's a lot of them actually in rat. But there's a paper by Lee in 2005. They showed that in human, that's not the case. So actually, in the PPPK model, when you run the model, that factor was deactivated. So meaning actually the carb protection that we observe in rat and we moved it we moved it in human when we ran the model. So the model actually give a much better representation about the enzyme kinetics actually occur in human. So, but when Dr. Brown talked about the factor 3, could you elaborate a little bit more in terms of why, for the interspecies, why the 3 is something that we need to consider?
My recollection of the meeting, we'd have to go back to the transcript, was that there were components of the model that you were forced to use in terms of the PKK model that made certain presumptions and derived from different sources, shall we say, and that so some of it came from, parts of it came from humans and part of it came from animals. And so to say that you could jump from the animal-based or partially animal-based model to humans without any uncertainty was perhaps too conservative. So that is what I remembered from the discussion. In other words, for PKK, for this model to not require any uncertainty jumping from animals to humans, you would have to have a model which was, very solidly derived from components of the human experience that in some ways you didn't have, particularly for the pharmacodynamics as opposed to the pharmacokinetic pieces of it. Now, that's what I recall from the discussion, and there was a lot of discussion around the table, so maybe others would want to comment on that. And I sort of got the impression from EPA that you found that argument persuasive enough to back away from the factor of 1, because the last presentation also had the factor of 1. So, and I also believe, and it might be good to bring OEA up to the table and have them comment too, because my impression from OEA was that they similarly felt some discomfort with the value of 1 being not sufficiently conservative and public health protective.
Dr. Blank, if you look at the screen, we pulled the responses to comments regarding the interspecies uncertainty factor. So I'll go briefly over this. It's summarized nicely here so that you can see the logic why we felt comfortable to decrease the uncertainty factor to 1. I just want to point out that in the Uscpa 2016 risk assessment, they utilized the same model minus the pharmacodynamic part and also removed the uncertainty factor for interspecies because it derives human equivalent concentration. So a lot of this Eric covered. So the PBPK model inputs, this is from the published studies that came after in 2007, recent studies. We reviewed those and summarized the findings here. The greatest impact on interspecies variation in the model are absorption in the gut, binding to acetylcholinesterase, and metabolic bioactivation and clearance of chlorpyrifos. Many of the inputs were derived from humans, and such the resulting output accounted for human-specific physiology and metabolism. A notable example is the description of chlorpyrifos oxon removal by carboxyl esterases. This is the finding that Eric mentioned. The distribution of carboxyl esterases in animals differs considerably from humans. In rats, plasma contains high levels of carboxyl esterases, whereas in humans, carboxyl esterases are not found in the serum. The PBPK model, PD model, correctly accounts for the absence of carboxyl esterases in human plasma. When there were no human-specific values, parameters were extrapolated from animals. It is a common practice in PBPK modeling and in risk assessment in general to use animal parameters scaled to humans when human data are not available. Scaling by 3/4 body weight in carcinogenicity is one example of animal to human dosimetric adjustment. And in conclusion, our review of the model parameters could not justify an increase of interspecies UF of 1 to 3. That was the responses to the findings by us to OIHA.
So yeah, most of that, can I just point out that most of what you're saying, of course, is relevant to the pharmacokinetics, isn't it?
Yes.
So, and my concern has to do a bit more with the pharmacodynamics and being assured, since you have derived other parameters here and the pharmacodynamic piece of it are animal driven, aren't they?
Are you referring to the developmental neurotoxicity effects?
No, because you do have a factor of 10, which takes that, I guess, into account.
Yes.
Separate factor of 10. So my questions, and again, I think I'd like to hear OHIA weigh in on this specific piece of it, if they might.
Hi, this is David Ting. I'm Chief of the Pesticide and Environmental Toxicology Branch, Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. We make that comment that we believe the interspecies uncertainty factor should be at least 3. The reason is that it's basically model uncertainty. As mentioned earlier, that PPPK model was used to bridge this gap between animal and human. And this is a state-of-the-art model, and it tried to use both animal and human parameters. However, there are limitations in the construct of the model as well as the parameters. And in our comments to DPR, we cited 3 reasons. One is that not all model parameters were derived from human studies. Second, differences between the nature and location of absorption of particles. The model assumed most of the chemical, whether by inhalation or oral, are absorbed in the GI tract. But we believe because most of the particles are actually aerosols, not solids, not solid particles, when inhaled, they are probably absorbed in the upper respiratory or middle respiratory region in the lung instead of in the gut. And lastly, this PPPK model has not been well validated using human data. There are some human data, but they are sparse, and the validation is kind of limited. And I want to stress that the model tried to do a lot and is a very sophisticated model, but it's a very tall order to say that it is equivalent to a well-designed and executed human study. Basically, we're saying here that there's very little or no uncertainty in by the output of the model. I can answer any questions.
Could you also comment, I mean, OEA was recommending a uncertainty factor for intra-species of 30, right, whereas DPR had 10. And the difference was the square root of 10 for the pharmacodynamics. Can you comment on that as well?
Yeah, I can try. So, first of all, I want to emphasize that red blood cell acetylcholine choline esterase inhibition is used as a surrogate for developmental neurotoxicity. And first of all, we talked about the pharmacodynamic part earlier, that the variability among humans could be relatively small. However, when we move to developmental neuro, we expect the variability between individuals will be much bigger. That's point number 1. Second is about the pharmacokinetic part. And I understand there's a lot of work being done on 4 specific enzymes showing that the variability is about a factor of 4 or 5. However, that sensitivity study was based on very limited human samples and only focused on 4 enzymes systems, and there are many more enzymes, especially when we move from the red blood cell acetylcholine esterase inhibition to developmental neurotoxicity. I think US EPA mentioned there could be like 5 or 6 potential mechanisms, and there are many, many enzyme systems involved. And the variability for those enzyme systems could be much bigger. So for both PK and PD, when we think about developmental neuro instead of red blood cell acetylcholine esterase, we expect the variability could be much bigger.
Well, Paul Blanc here, just to tie this back, and then really eager to hear the other panel members. I think that if I were DPR, I'd say in terms of the argument about the intra-species variation vis-a-vis neurodevelopmental toxicity, there is a factor of 10 that's specific to the lack of data on neurodevelopmental toxicity. However, I think that Dr. Ritz's point about the cholinesterase effects varying by a factor of 4, which is not necessarily specific to neurodevelopmental, just if you're talking about cholinesterase effects, it's relevant to that, could certainly be an argument for a factor of 30 instead of 10. I think that the most convincing part of, and it was extremely helpful to hear you reaffirm that OHIA, in terms of the interspecies factor, does not support a one-on-one extrapolation and suggests that a more conservative approach is, in fact, a factor of 3, taking into account that this model has not been validated in humans and derived some of its parameters from animals and only part of its parameters from humans. And your point about aerosols being absorbed in the upper airway tract is absolutely right on and is probably a home run in that regard in terms of an assumption of the animal model. So now I'm going to get off and let people talk.
Just add that I agree with what Paul.
And Stan says he agrees.
Yeah, and this is Dr. Ritz again. Actually, the factor for pyroxenase is 40-fold in humans, and given that as was explained before, is not the only enzyme system involved. There are many, many more, with lots of variation in humans that can bring in quite a bit more uncertainty.
This is Eric Kwok. Because there's a lot of topic been raised, so I try to see whether I can answer in the order it was raised. Regarding to the OHIA comment about the absorption, the actual human version of the PPPK model, the parameter developed based on the control human study. So actually, they parameterized the model to gauge the to divide the absorption factors. So it's not a estimation per se. Actually, it's based on the control human study. Like the dermal absorption, they actually use the model to derive a permeability coefficient. The second, regarding the animal data, and I think the model actually tried to incorporate the most relevant human data. In our last meeting, I make a point that the essence of the PPPK model is try to capture the most important event that we care. And then anything else is pretty much for bookkeeping purpose, to maintain the mass balance. That's the most important thing. So for the copyrifos metabolism, the main thing actually is the metabolism, meaning the activation process and the deactivation process. These are the most important enzymes involved in the process. So as long as the model correctly capture the activity in terms of how copyrifos converted into oxon and how oxon is deactivated, I believe the model actually served the purpose. In response to Dr. Brown about the pharmacodynamic, the data based on the understanding of the model parameter, and I believe that derived from the animal data. So meaning actually the enzyme activation, deactivation, I believe that come from the animal study. But that by itself, the only thing I can say is that it's not unusual that as our response to OER, in the absence of human data, we will try to use the animal data. This is the practice not unique to copariforce PPPK model per se. It's kind of a common practice when we construct the PPPK model. And there are examples, even in Uscpa, that they apply the PPPK model based on the best available information, including available human data and animal data, to develop the process and eventually translate into the regulatory effort that they intend. So, regardless, with respect to the absorption, the intra-species variation, the enzyme, I would like to use the data presented in POET 2017. Go on a little bit. This one. In the ground. Okay, the figure actually currently shown on the screen is a graph presented in the paper by POET 2017. What is shown actually is the...
Excuse me, this is Stan.
Yes.
Can people control the zoom on your computer, because we're only seeing like part of the graph. So I think if you zoom out, yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Minus. So Dr. Green, can you see everything now?
Yes.
Okay. So this graph actually, first of all, I would like to start on the right-hand panel. That's the coefficient of variation of the parameter. So it categorized into four major group of parameters that factor into the PPPK model in terms of biochemistry, physiology, metabolism, and all the parameter. Now, the metabolism, as the legend indicate, is pretty much involved in the activation and deactivation of the copariforce. As you can see, the variation actually, the coefficient variation is pretty large. But if you look at the left, the left-hand side of the panel, which is the RBC inhibition, you can see actually the kind of variation for, let's say, for instance, for the metabolism, the second bar on the right. And if you look at if you count on the left-hand side, the first bar corresponds to the metabolism. They don't show a one-to-one type of translation. So meaning even though you have a lot of variation in the input parameter in terms of metabolism, it not necessarily translate into the same level of variation that you observe in RBC cholinesterase inhibition. So this is so we understand actually there's a lot of variation in terms of enzyme activity in human, and also in the same paper, it also presents some kind of analysis. So again, this table is also from the same paper by POET 2017. The four enzymes, why they are there is because they are the most important involved in the activation and deactivation of copariforce. So the table 2 actually showed that the kind of variation originally in the in vitro data published by Smith. So it's an in vitro data. So the kind of a range that observed actually is the reflection of the actual experimental data. So the second one, they went on and to do a little bit more. It's a parametric distribution. So what they did actually is to use the Monte Carlo resampling, from the data, and then to see the kind of variation that observed from these four enzymes. And then the last one, they did the parametric bootstrap. Actually, what they did is they used the original data again, but they do the bootstrap method to randomly sampling and to come up with a set of 20 parametric bootstrap. And from that, and then they determine the cover variation. So after they all this, then they use it to the bottom table 3 to come up with the data, the data extrapolation factor, the DDEF. So as you can see, the DDEF actually basically is a comparison of a median value versus the first percentile, meaning the most sensitive individual. As you can see, when you look at the DDEF across the different life stage, meaning the adult male, female, infant, non-pregnant female, they're in the range of 3 to 4, approximately. So because of that, because we are proposing the intra species of 10, we believe that should be sufficient to cover the variation based on this exercise of or the data present in this particular paper. So to recap is that, because even though there's a lot of variation in enzyme activity within the human population, but because of I would say it's fair to say because of the homeostatic mechanism, so the variation that observed in the individual enzyme activity not necessarily translate into the ultimate variation observed in the cholinesterase inhibition. And also because of these analysis in terms of the variation, the results suggested that the variation, after you consider everything, the maximum they get out of this is approximate a factor of 4. So because we are proposing a factor of 10, we believe that this is sufficient to cover the variation that observed based on the amount of information available to us. Oh, one more thing. Can you show the arrows?
So this is Dr. Ritz. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So this data is animal data in rats or mice, correct?
It's human data, not animal data. The enzyme you're talking about are human data. The human in vitro data, the enzyme. You talk about the 0.1, the CYP enzyme.
No. That what's in table 3, is that from humans?
Yes, but yes, in the sense that because this is a model generated output based on the human parameter that fit into the model.
But is that just modeled, or is this actually based on actual observational data?
Model, not the actual. Yes, please. Not from the actual human observation, is the model generated output based on the human data.
Yeah, but what is the human data the model is based on?
Is the 4 enzyme that they study using the human the enzyme derived from the human tissues. It's an in vitro data. That's
vitro human hepatic microsomal data.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I assume they did not use hundreds of individuals, correct?
That's correct, and I think that's the reason why they want to do the bootstrap process.
But the human population is genetically extremely variable, and to base a model on, let's say, 5 or 10 samples is probably not going to capture the variability in the genetic diversity of these enzymes or others that may actually influence their expression.
The only thing I can point out that in the Smith paper, there are like 30 different samples, and they cover a different age group. So
do they cover different races? Because we know that these metabolic enzymes actually are very different between racial subgroups.
Uh, let me check really quick. Look at the.
Yeah, race was not reported, but if you look at the last column, those 4 pathways have been reported to add to the most of the variability seen in response for metabolism of chlorpyrifos. So the in vitro data is limited, but the model, the bootstrapping, generated differences. For example, conversion to oxon by 98-fold between individuals, or hepatic clearance of or hepatic enzymatic activity of PON1 up to 58. So the model generates ranges in enzymatic activity ranging from 58 to 98-fold. So it certainly covers 40-fold observed variation in PON1 activity. Wouldn't you say?
I do want to add one thing, actually. Right now, I'm looking at the Smith 2011 paper. We are more than happy to send you that. In table 1, actually, it did actually list out the race. The 30 sample derived from African American, white, Hispanic, American Indian, the 4 different.
But no Asians, right?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Well, so this is Stan. I mean, I think the points that are being made, I think the bootstrap approach is fine, but it does depend on the input data. And if you're not capturing these ranges of biological variability in the sample that's underlying the bootstrap, then you're going to underestimate the variability. I don't understand that. You have to bring that up.
Has anybody
come over here so they can
I just also, I don't think I clearly heard in all of that the response to the OEA point about the GI absorption versus the upper airway absorption, but I could have missed that.
Dr. Brown, we are about to bring up a slide about the inhalation absorption.
In that's underlying the animal model.
Yeah, this is based on the animal data. So can you see
it underlies your PK? It's inherent. It's taken into account in your PKK PD model, or not? I mean, that was the OHIA question.
The inhalation absorption, the model actually did factor that into consideration. So is that, can you see the figure 1 actually on the screen now?
Let's see. Can I see figure 1 on the screen? Yeah.
Okay. So let me walk you through.
Okay, wait. Is anybody talking? We don't hear anything.
I'm
trying to make sure I didn't push the wrong button.
No, I'm waiting for Dr. Brown queue for ready.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, I'm sorry, because I just want to make sure that you're looking at the graph. Okay, so this graph actually is a summary data from 3 different animal studies. On the very left panel, the bottom label as the chlorpyrifos oxon, the red were the rats were exposed to the copyrifos oxon vapor. So for 6 hours, nose-only exposure. The middle is a second experiment. The rat were again exposed to, but this time copyrifos vapor, 6 hours, nose-only exposure. And then on the very right with that slightly bigger green rectangle, the rats were exposed to the copyrifos aerosol. Again, nose-only exposure. The three lines actually represent the peak blood concentration of TCPY, which is a metabolite of copyrifos. The second one is the second line with the solid triangle is the blood concentration of copyrifos in rat. And the bottom one is the peak blood concentration of oxon. Now so as you can see, the line actually, the peak blood concentration appear to be correlate very well with the concentration, regardless of the physical form of the chemical, meaning either it doesn't matter whether this is vapor or aerosol. So that kind of indicated that the physical form may not be that important.
Wasn't the OEA point have to do with some presumptions made about GI tract inactivation?
Yes. In the model, actually, the model actually is the 2014. The model the PPPK model assumed that the inhalated aerosol get into the respiratory system, and most of them actually get coughed back up and then swallow into the GI tract.
Well, that's a false assumption right there.
Yeah, but when they actually did that, they used the model to match with the animal data.
I'm just saying that's a very bizarre assumption, because an aerosol that you got into the upper airways would then be absorbed through the mucous membranes. It wouldn't be like a solid particulate that you coughed up. It wouldn't be like silica particles or something. Also, the issue of the lack of a true validation of this, or maybe there has been a validation of this model in experimental human exposures to show that you can be assured that one-to-one extrapolation without any uncertainty is appropriate. That was another critique of OHIA in this regard.
I think the only thing I can add is that in terms of the respiratory exposure, based on my best understanding, that they try to, the model actually fit the data. So I think that's part of the model. There's a different way to actually model a certain process. So I think in general, if the model fit the data, then you're probably correct per se. Instead of you assume certain process in the model, it turned out the model not even closely aligned with the data. So I think that's the piece of evidence that I can provide at this point. In terms of the validation of the model in human, the data available is very limited, but it's presented in the paper by Port in 2014 in Cinebiotica. So they acknowledge that the amount of data available for the validation of the inhalation model is limited. So that's all I can say at this point based on the information that's available to us.
Well, okay, how about the other panel members? What I would be very curious to hear from the other panel members, whether hearing the point of view of OEA and the data that have been presented, whether people feel that it is sufficiently conservative to have a one-to-one transition from the animal application of the animal model to the human, or whether some amount of additional uncertainty should be factored in when jumping from the animal model to the human model. I think it would be important for me to hear other persons' thoughts about that, even the people on the panel who consider themselves more exposure people. You've been around the block a while, so.
Well, I have, a couple of questions about the modeling, which might be germane. Does the model take into account differences in metabolic rates between infants or neonates or fetuses versus adults?
To the best of my understanding, the differences originate from the enzyme, the metabolism data, where it's coming from. Meaning, actually, because some of the like the metabolism, the activation and the deactivation of copairophos to oxon or the TCPY, it derived from a group of in vitro samples from very young age. Let me quick check see if I can do that. They said the age of 0.04 years, so it will be 2 months old. A couple of months old all the way to like 75. So it covers a wide range of life stage. And because the enzyme activity data come from a different life stage and then eventually factor into the model, so I would say yes.
Okay, because I was reading an article by Flaskus where he's summarizing a lot of other data, and it's showing that that in infants, they have a reduced capacity to deactivate the oxons, which are the active form, so that although they may form the oxon at about the same rate, which I think is what the model is predicting, they don't get rid of it as easily. And so the toxic effect can be much greater. And in fact, if they cite some LD50 data that shows that the young animals have a 5 times lower LD50 than an adult. So it seems like if children and neonates are going to be our target population, we really, using the adult metabolic data doesn't really give you an additional amount of safety.
I just want to reiterate that the enzyme activity data that went into the model, it covers a wide range of age groups, so not just adult. In terms of the enhanced sensitivity in children, but again, I would like to point out we still focus on the choreasis inhibition because now we're talking about the pharmaco, the dynamic portion of it. If I remember correctly, I think the model simulation not necessarily show an enhanced sensitivity in children because of the complex nature of the interaction of different enzyme. it's not unexpected, but I don't have enough information at this point to give you a quantitative answer.
Flaska, I'll give you a copy of the paper. A little chewed up, but serviceable. There was also. Oh, go ahead.
We'll get back to you with more details on this, but just recalling the data, what the model predicted was that young children will the ontogeny of the enzyme activity is such that they would have lower ability to detoxify. However, they also have a lower level of converting chlorpyrifos to oxon until I believe was age of 6 months. So
Well, so this is Stan. I mean, the concern that I have, I mean, that there are a lot of parameters in the model, and I can see how when you did your simulation, that when you put all the uncertainty and all the parameters in, they would tend to balance out. So the mean estimate wouldn't be affected much. So that's plausible. But I don't understand why the variance in the estimates doesn't increase, because, you know, you're piling uncertainties on top of uncertainties. And then if that's the case, shouldn't you be picking your uncertainty factor or safety factor not based on the mean effects in the model, but rather on the upper bound estimates of the depending which way you take it, either the upper or lower bound, to come up with what the uncertainty factor you were going to be using in the risk assessment was. Because I could see a thing where with a lot of parameters varying randomly, they would balance out. But then, you know, like if you're looking at this picture, you know, it's just hard. So why are you getting, if you're looking at your outputs, you know, on the left side, why is that so small? Again, could you zoom out, because we couldn't see the whole picture? And then again, the other thing which a couple people pointed out is that you're doing your bootstrapping off a fairly limited sample. So, you know, to the extent that that's not representative of the full variability and range of responses in the population as a whole, that's also going to underestimate things. So I think all of this argues for having a bigger uncertainty factor in the overall risk assessment.
This is Kathy Hammond. Yeah, I think that the variability in the human population really is an important aspect of this. And there's clear evidence that there is a lot of that variability. And Beata made the point that there were the data were based on 5 people with much more limited diversity than we have in even just the California population. So I think we do have to have a certain humility when we think about how well we're characterizing that intra species variability. And so that would make me lean a little more towards including a measure of that variability. And yeah.
So this is Beata. I wanted to say it's not just the genetic variability, it's also the age-related variability in these enzymes, as well as these enzymes being targeted by other substances, including drugs. So we have certainly chronically ill people whose PON1 activity might actually not be top because they are taking certain drugs, or they have other kinds of illnesses, and none of that is reflected in these models.
So have we given you enough to go on in terms of where we think, what our opinions are about the uncertainty factors, and should we move on, or do you want to discuss this a little further?
Just clarification. So you want a discussion on the additional uncertainty factor of 3 for the interspecies? Is that where we?
Well, I think we're suggesting you should use the additional uncertainty factor, not just discuss it, but you should use it. I'd be interested in hearing what everybody else. Paul is nodding his head here, and
yes, what I'm hearing as a fellow panel member is that the panel members who have spoken on the subject seem to support factoring in some additional uncertainty. And I've heard, I sort of translate as that it probably is a factor of 3. And I haven't heard someone say there's so much uncertainty that it should be 10. Consistent with past policy, and that this is also consistent with the input of OEA, and we definitely like to see OEA and DPR work on the same page, which is why I think it was so encouraging last time to see OEA and DPR come together on having the endpoint, the principal endpoint of the recommendation be neurodevelopmental toxicity, which is the green column 2 in the presentation that we saw, which now I think would move to be the first column of any such table. But I don't want to read, and I don't want to read into the comments that I've heard, but that's certainly what I heard from Dr. Hammond and Dr. Ritz, and I haven't heard anything, I don't think, from Joe on this particular point yet. And I would interpret Michael's comments similarly to support additional uncertainty being factored in.
Yeah, Paul,
just so we can move on, the question would be, does anybody not think it should be 3 who's on the panel?
Yeah, no, this is Joe. I would easily support an extra factor of 3, no problem, because of the neurotoxic symptoms that the applicators and the sprayers and some of the bystanders, the farm workers are getting. So yeah, easily I could accept 3.
I'm kind of thinking of this, in terms of the uncertainty for the interspecies factor. Is there are 2 different things. One is just the differences related to age and all of the things that go into it, different breathing rates, different absorption rates, things like that. And then there's another component of sensitivity. So I would kind of come up with, if I wanted to do it, staying with the factor of 10 sort of thing, I would say that a square root of 10 would make a reasonable, absorption factor, assuming that the model takes into account the difference in sensitivity reasonably, so that would be a square root of 1 times square root of 10. So it would be 3 point something or other.
So this is Shelley, so I can just clarify. when you're talking about age differences, breathing rate differences, absorption differences, and sensitivity, you're talking about within human variability, correct? So we're talking intra-species uncertainty factor. Is that correct? Okay.
I don't know exactly what Mike was implying, but the rest of this discussion has been about the interspecies.
Right, that's why I was
factor.
trying to clarify.
Yeah. So
No, I guess I was speaking intra. This is Kathy. I was speaking
okay, well then, Kathy,
intra-species.
maybe you could, since most of the discussion is about been interspecies and whether or not we can trust the model that they have to be directly extrapolable from animals to humans at a one-to-one level without any extra uncertainty. I think I voiced, Stan's voiced, and Dr. Ritz has voiced clearly that there's enough uncertainty derived from how the parameter estimates have been gotten on the within animals, and also on the lack of convincing validation in humans using that exact same model, that we would favor an uncertainty factor of 3 going from non-humans to humans, so that an interspecies uncertainty factor should not be 1, it should be 3.
I certainly believe that if you're going from animals to humans, you need an interspecies variability. But my understanding was that the discussion from DPR was that they were using human values in the models, and that's why I thought it was intraspecies. And I thought that that's what Dr. Ritz was also talking about, the variability among the human beings. By age and as well as other factors.
This is
that
Shelley.
there may also be, if you want to add to that, the animal factors, but I think this was looking at the human input factor.
Yes, I was talking about the human input.
Okay, this is Shelley again, just to clarify, because we need to go back and revise a document, and we need to be crystal clear about the changes that the panel would like. And it sounds like there's still some discussion.
Right. Well, why don't we break it out then? Can we just talk about, because I do think that despite this confusion and some of the comments being on different parts of it, that if we just break out the interspecies extrapolation, that I am not hearing from the panel that they are comfortable with a factor of 1-to-1, and that there is uncertainty jumping from the animals to the humans for several different reasons, and that based on that, we should, on that level, use a value, we recommend using a value of 3, and then we should come back to the interspecies factor, which I believe is 10 as it is. And then we can discuss whether 10 is sufficient. The OHIA comment was that they thought that should be 30. So you're right, we should be clear about our sense on that one or not. But let's first deal with the animal one, the interspecies.
This is Svetlana. Are we, is the discussion now focusing on the...
People can vote on it.
toxicodynamic, for the pharmacodynamic portion of the interspecies uncertainty factor. Dr. Blank,
So what I understood, this is Dr. Ritz, is that one of the major problems with that model is that it was only considering gut absorption and not lung or nasal or whatever else.
What if, Dr. Reed, can you repeat your last statement? I'm not sure I understand. The model actually consider all the portal of entry, so meaning the skin absorption, the inhalation absorption, and oral absorption. You can either run in concurrently, or you just isolate one exposure route at a time.
It's a tactical one.
Yeah, but I think they both get captured in the three.
I think they both get.
Whoops, we're not.
So, Alan, do you have any feeling on this?
I'm perfectly comfortable with a factor of 3. And again, if you look at the Smith data that was used for the metabolism, there are very few older individuals. There's only 2 individuals over 50. So they don't cover the full range of human metabolism. So I was under the impression that we were talking about human-human extrapolations, and that your model was based mostly on human data, but hasn't been validated with exposures.
Not all this route, okay, like oral, there are some control human study available to validate the oral exposure.
But not the inhalation exposures.
Not at the same level of detail. I mean, in terms of the data that you could use compared to what available to the animal, to the human oral study, they're not in the same level in terms of the information available.
Right.
For, yeah.
Okay, so this is Dr. Blanc again. If I could just summarize the discussion that is pertinent to the interspecies extrapolation, bearing in mind that we're going to come back to the intraspecies uncertainty factor, which is currently 10. We're talking about the interspecies factor, which in the current modeling was set at 1, a direct one-on-one extrapolation. We've heard that the current model is derived from some human, a lot of human, but also some animal data, and that and that this model, which is not wholly derived from human data, has not been completely or fully satisfactorily validated in humans. So you've got 2 sources of uncertainty. One is that parts of it come from animals and not all of it comes from humans, and that it certainly has been validated only to a limited extent in humans. And those 2 things are what compel me to want to have additional uncertainty in the interspecies extrapolation of 3, a value of 3, not a value of 10. You've partially suspended my disbelief, but not wholly. So, if it would be easier for the group, I'm happy to make a motion that the panel reflect the consensus view that not 1, but a value of 3 for uncertainty should be applied on the interspecies extrapolation, and then we can go from there and circle back to the intraspecies value, which is currently 10. Would that help people if we had such a motion on the table?
Yes. So I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
And Dr. Lance has seconded it?
Yeah, and
seconded.
that way we can just get everybody to weigh in, and then we've given DPR some clear guidance on this point.
Since we've got so many people on the phone, let's just do a voice vote. So let's go around the table first. Kathy?
For the moment, I'll pass. I'll come back. I'm going to think about that. I mean, I think we have had a problem here. I think that the UCSF contingent has been talking interspecies, and all the rest of us have been speaking intra-species. And so to have the motion be about something most of us have not been talking about doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Well, just from the point of discussion, it seems to me that there, a confusion factor is if we accept that the model is a pseudo-human, then we could say that there is no interspecies difference. Now, Dr. Blanc is indicating that he feels that it's an imperfect surrogate, in which case there'd be a higher amount of uncertainty for that. On top of that, then what several of us were talking about seemed to fall into, as Dr. Hammond has pointed out, more in the intra-species differentiation, which already has an uncertainty factor of 10, I believe, associated with it. So we could.
I think the point, well, the reason for the motion was to try to pry these two issues apart. And I think what you said summarizes the position that, Paul and I have been talking about pretty clearly. And plus you added some other reasons that it's a good idea to do 3.
All right, so we were continuing to go around the table. Court?
Yeah, this is Court. I would agree with the factor of 3.
I would agree with the factor of 3. This is Alan.
Joe Landolf, I agree with the factor of 3 also.
Okay, so we have a majority.
This is Beate. I do too.
Factor of 3. Okay. So our recommendation is.
Well, let the record show also that I also agree with the motion that I made.
Me too.
That's it.
Although it is, let the record also show that Paul agreed with himself for a change.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Rare but not unprecedented. Okay. All right. Having done that, then perhaps we should then move to the other elephant in the room, which would be the intra-species. And is there a feeling that the factor of 10 is not large enough to cover the varying differences?
May I just say, I don't think that we should be voting on each of these points. I really think that's an inappropriate way.
I just want to discuss.
Right, because
another point
that's not the way
up.
that we, okay.
Well, this is Stan. The only reason I suggested Paul make a motion was in an effort to try to pry these two questions apart and give DPR clear guidance on the two separate questions. I mean, I agree that we usually don't vote at this level of detail, but I do agree with the comments somebody made that we were mixing up two separate issues, and that was confusing. And so I think the act of making the motion separated them. And I think Mike now wants, so we've dealt with one, now I think Mike should deal with the other one and see, if people are happy with the 10 or want something different. I mean, if everybody's happy with what they've got, then we can just take note of the fact that people are happy.
My apologies to you because you've had a very clear presentation, but I've gotten confused in some of this. Could you please review for us, Dr. Svetlana, the what our factors are, where we are in your great table? Just bring that back up. Yeah, magic table. And could you just say again where we are and what we've said, just to help me? Thank you.
So this is the color table. We're going to be focusing on looking from the left column, the very last row, steady state inhalation, and we're focusing on children for now. 1 to 2. Okay. So if now we're moving to the second, to the uncertainty factor column, the one to the left, to the second row. For the PBPK PD derived point of departure, we used a 1 for interspecies sensitivity. This is going from humans to animals. I'm sorry, animals to humans. And this was, should we go over the reasons?
Actually, just putting it up there is very helpful. Let me try to say it to make sure that I understand it. That's okay. So we're looking in the pink columns, the second row of data, and there are 3 uncertainty factors. We've just finished discussing the interfactor, and the consensus of the panel was that instead of 1, we think that it should be 3. And what we're talking about now is the intra-species. And the question is whether 10 is sufficient, and it sounds to me like the discussion has been that 10 is sufficient, although what we had suggested 30. I think that is correct. And that leaves again the fact that we're going to a different outcome leads to another factor of 10. So I'm going to am I interpreting that right?
Just to clarify, this is Shelley. The 10-fold factor to cover developmental neurotoxicity is because there's some uncertainty whether the point of departure for acetylcholinesterase is protective of developmental neurotoxicity. Right. So we've added that additional 10 to protect potential outcomes.
That's exactly how I understood it. Yes. So what I'm hearing from the panel, but if I'm wrong, that's fine, but I'm just trying to sum this up, is that the panel is saying that the inter-species uncertainty should be 3, and the intra, the panel seems to be fine with 10, and I think that the changing the outcome, from going from the cholinesterase to the neural tube issue, there should be another factor of 10, so that in the end there would be a factor of 300. All right, and if maybe we can kind of tie this up with that, or if people on the phone disagree, or anyone here.
This is Court. My understanding is that there was some question of whether intra should be 30 and not 10. So
that's correct.
Yeah.
OEHA has said 30.
OEHA has said 30, and I believe that several members of the panel have expressed support for a factor of 30 as well. Perhaps those members
Dr.
would like to say
Blanc
something now.
I would say, well, first of all, what you said is correct, that the issue on the table seems to be 30 versus 10. My own view is I'm closer to Dr. Hammond's view that 10 is sufficient, bearing in mind that there's another factor of 10 for developmental neurotoxicity a special uncertainty if one is looking at the acetylcholinesterase pathway. And to me, that takes into account certain of the arguments that I've heard about a factor of 30 as opposed to 10, because some of that is driven by vulnerabilities which would mostly touch on developmental neurotoxicity, which is already embedded in the factor of 10. And so that's why I'm okay with 10 instead of 30, even though there may be greater fold variability in enzymes related to the cholinesterase pathway. But I think it would be important for me to hear, particularly from Dr. Ritz, who voiced that in particular, just to be sure that I'm not missing the boat.
Yeah, I was just looking at that Smith article again, and they did have a lot of children in there, but not a lot of elderly. But yeah, generally I would say the 10 is probably okay.
So, in terms of where that 10 comes from for the intra species, is that following up on what EPA originally did, taking 3 for pharmacokinetics and 3 for pharmacodynamic differences?
So if you look at this table here, what USCPA did in 2014, they calculated point of departures for different population subgroups. For general populations with excluding children and pregnant women, they used the data-derived extrapolating factors coming from the PBPK model. Not exactly what you see in this table, but pretty close. For chlorpyrifos, they used a data-derived extrapolating factor of 4, and for the oxon of 5. So that's how they calculated the final reference dose or concentration. For the females in reproductive age and children, EPA did not use the full uncertainty factor of 10 because they felt that the model did not, because the model didn't use the pregnancy compartment.
Just add on to what Dr. Kuskolokova talked about. The model actually has 2 different versions. One is a pregnant version, the other is a non-pregnant version. In 2014, USCPA used the non-pregnant version, just female. The 2017 paper by Poet actually add on to the pregnancy portion of the model. But still, we're not sure everything in the model represent the pregnant female is enough for us to move forward with that. And because of that, that's where the 10 come into the picture, is because it kind of like cover the pregnant female that not currently covered by the non-pregnancy version of the PBPK model.
So had we used the model, this would have been 4, based on the new published pregnancy model. It showed that pregnant female, difference between the median and the most sensitive, the first percentile in terms of 10% cholinesterase inhibition is 3. So the break. And then it appears that the other subpopulation groups, the differences between the median and the most sensitive is about 4. So we did not. We stayed with the 10 because there were still some concerns regarding the fetal compartment.
Dr. Blanc here. I mean, I think that there are probably a lot of ways to get to 10. So I think you should be, you should be supported in having taken that public health protective approach. And so we're certainly not discussing going below 10. And it is helpful for you to say that, in fact, your value of 10 is a bit more conservative than the EPA's value in some of their calculations. And so that takes us back to the question, is 10 sufficient? And although OEA put forward one argument for why it might be 30, I think so far I've stated that I find 10 sufficient. I think Dr. Hammond said that, Dr. Ritz said that.
Stan said that too.
And Stan in the back here is also supporting 10, so I think that leaves the panel members who have not clearly spoken to this matter to say what they think, and then maybe we can put this to rest and give our stenographer a carpal tunnel-free period.
Court, do you have any comment?
No, except to say it seems that 10 is relatively standard, and so it seems appropriate here.
I think 10 is appropriate.
Yes, Joe Landolph, I can live with 10 also.
Okay, so let's move on. Were there other issues that you wanted to bring up? So we have more.
Yes, this is Shelley again. There's just a few other items that we took from the January 23rd meeting. Besides the direction to include the developmental neurotoxicity endpoint and develop an RFC, which you see the draft numbers on the green columns. And now we have a charge from the committee to go forward with changing the uncertainty factor, the total uncertainty factor, to reflect 300 instead of 100, which, doing some quick math, that would change the bottom column, the RFC, from 28.5 for children aged 1 to 2 to approximately 9.5 micrograms per meter cubed. So the other items that we wanted to make sure the panel knew we were working on include, we actually, in the December draft, the number that's on the very far left bottom column, the 2850, the 2850, that's our new number. It's corrected from some model corrections that we did. So the document will reflect that number. Currently in the version that you have, the December version, it says 2370. So we do have to make that correction throughout the document, including all of the tables of the aggregate MOEs. So we'll be making that correction. We also understand from Dr. Arujos, sorry if I pronounced Arajo. Sorry, I apologize for massacring his last name. He wanted us, as did Professor Ritz, to look additionally at human epidemiology, items that came from not only the agricultural health study, but other potential human effects including cardiotoxicity, lipidemia, Parkinson's disease, which we had already presented some preliminary findings on, respiratory effects, so to fully or more fully account for human epidemiology, not just neurodevelopment in human infants and children. We will be adding the quantitative exposure analysis from the epidemiology studies on cord blood and maternal plasma. This was also briefly, our draft evaluation was briefly discussed during the January 23rd meeting. We will formalize that and add that into the next version of the document. As will the new developmental neurotoxicity studies in the animals. We've referred to that, and we have a table of some, I believe it's 7 studies approximately from 2014 to 2017. So we will be doing a thorough analysis of those data and developing the point of departure from those studies and the reference concentration. And we will potentially include a discussion on the window of susceptibility if we can derive such information from those studies. At this point, it looks like there is no specific window of susceptibility from those animal studies. In addition, based on the January 23rd meeting and also our meeting with Professor Anastasio, we need to go back and look at the air monitoring data and either provide a summary or detailed explanation of those data and why we use modeling outputs as opposed to the monitoring data. And if I remember correctly, our meeting with Professor Anastasio, he also suggested we look at secondary drift and perhaps model that as well as just the primary drift as well. Okay, and he's nodding in agreement. And just to help, because we have had continuing discussions with registrants and stakeholders about the scenario of exposure, what we need to do is more clearly define the difference between a 21-day steady state inhibition of acetylcholinesterase versus what parameters we used for an exposure scenario. There was some distinct confusion between saying that a 21-day exposure was not consistent with the label use recommendations for chlorpyrifos in this state. So we need to further clarify and discuss that we were not intending to say that a 21-day exposure was an exposure scenario. It's simply the model parameter that gets to a steady state decrease of cholinesterase. So those are some of the issues that we took from the January 23rd meeting. Again, based somewhat on our draft discussion of several points, as well as comments that we received from meeting individually with panel members. Is there anything else from my colleagues here sitting at the table that we need to add?
Well, just Blanc on the phone, just to re-clarify that based on the discussion today, there are 3 things, one of which is that the interspecies will increase to 3, as you've acknowledged. The other is that you will put in what is currently the green column the values for females based on the toxicity to fetuses, where it currently says not applicable or not available. And so that's 4 rows. And the final, and perhaps to me the major thing, is that as you draft your document, it won't present 2 equally promoted sets of values. It will present a primary set of terms derived from developmental neurotoxicity, and as a contextual backup will provide your acetylcholinesterase derived values, so that the table will have to change not only in terms of what is the first set of columns, which will be developmental neurotoxicity, but also in terms of how those columns are headed, one of which says human and one says animal. They're both human. It's just the sources of some of the data. So I think it's important for DPR to be very clear that that's what the panel is indicating you need to do in terms of what is your primary pathway. That's certainly my view, and that's how I've interpreted all of the comments, or the bulk of the comments that the panel has made at the last meeting. And I want to be clear from the other panels that panelists that I haven't misread my colleagues on this.
This is Kathy. I just have a question for the chair related. This is coming out of Paul's comments. And I'm trying to figure out where we are. We haven't really discussed exposure as a panel yet, and I have a lot of things to talk about there. Is that something worth doing at another meeting, or I'm just not?
Well,
it sounds like we're kind of wrapping up for the day. Is that right?
No, we're not wrapping up at this point. We said that we would begin with discussing where we were from last week, but the plan was to start to address some of these other questions which we had not touched on, and that's something I would still like to do. Now, one of the things that I discussed with Jim on the phone is that we originally planned, I think, this thing to run till, what, 3:30? So before we go further, I wanted to get a sense of whether people were going to start fainting from lack of food, and if there was a need for food, maybe we could arrange to, just get some sandwiches or something later, or should we? Yeah, I guess I wanted to get a feeling for, do we want to just plow through till 2:30 and keep going, or do people need a break? Because we didn't have the stenographer, we didn't take a break yet. And maybe that would be a good idea, to take a 5-minute break, and that way I can talk to Jim about logistics. Everybody can do a...
Okay, well, this is Stan. I'm fine to do that. I just want to concur with Paul's sort of summary of what I think we all agreed to on these issues. And I think if there's anybody who doesn't agree with that, it would be good to hear from them, because then DPR would get a pretty clear view. And then my understanding was, after we did this, then we were going to go on to the exposure stuff. And I'm happy to take a break. But I think so we have complete clarity, does anybody disagree with, Paul's statement right before you started talking, Mike, in terms of the first part of the discussion?
I don't see anybody jumping up and down.
Okay, well, so I think I think we've actually made quite a lot of progress, and I wanted to thank DPR and everybody else. And if you guys want to take a break, we've been sneaking out when nobody was looking.
Svetlana had a comment.
I have a question to Dr. Blank regarding the hearings, human and animals. Can you clarify what is your request for us?
Well, all I'm saying is it's a little misleading, because both of them are relevant to humans, because that's what we're talking about. And in fact, the data that drive what is currently the first set of columns and will become the second set of columns is in fact derived in part from animals, but we're applying, this has to do with human risk. So I'm not going to get down the weeds and suggest what you call it, but that's my point.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And this is Shelley. We'll likely just delete that row to better clarify. And the order of the rows, at least the pink row and the green row, were in chronological order in terms of the versions of our document. This particular table or a version of it will be included in our final TAC evaluation document, maybe with or without the EPA one, because we do have another table in our document that compares other world regulatory agencies and the values that they've come up with, and that might be a more suitable place to compare EPA against PRMA, which is Health Canada, versus Australia, versus EFSA, which is the European Food Safety Agency. So comparing those national organizations might be a more appropriate thing.
Yeah, this is Stan. I completely agree with you. I think that's a really good idea.
And just for clarification, even though I know Professor Blanc expressed his opinion, I believe what we heard from Professor Landoff was slightly different in that we needed to present a full description of the data sets for both endpoints and describe in the risk appraisal section the strengths and the weaknesses of both data sets. From that, I believe one could then glean or assume or come to the conclusion that one endpoint is stronger than the other. But again, this is something we typically do in our risk characterization documents. If there are two, especially two well-supported endpoints, we provide the argument for both. And that's what we did for 1,3-dichloropropane. We showed that on one hand, a portal of entry effect was well supported, as was a systematic effect. And
well, Dr. Blanc here, certainly I'm not arguing that you shouldn't discuss acetylcholinesterase. You have to make it clear in your document that the value you're supporting is ultimately based on the neurodevelopmental, and not present them as equally pros and cons, and that going forward one could choose either one upon which to base regulatory action. So I, as a panel member, will not be satisfied with a document which is unclear as to what is being recommended. It would need to be one or the other, with the second as a sort of contextualizing approach, which we've often done both with you guys and with OEA, and it's always very helpful. I just don't want you to misinterpret that as being equivocal about ultimately what approach should drive the recommendation, and it should be the developmental neurotoxicity endpoint based on the NOEL or LOEL, depending on what study you use, from the animal data for neurodevelopmental. That's my point of view.
Well, this is Joe Landoff. You have both of them already discussed in your document, right?
we can we actually need to more fully develop the developmental neurotoxicity and develop charts of the margins of exposures and things like that. So, because the document will go on to help-based regulation or risk management directives, they need to see what those numbers would be that would then affect the use of this pesticide in the state.
Right. So you already have the binding to acetylcholinesterase mechanism fully discussed.
We have those numbers fully discussed. However, we've had to correct that number, so all of the tables in the document have to be updated.
Yeah, that's okay. But I mean, you already have it in there. My recommendation would be to just leave it in there, and then justify why you're using the neurodevelopmental toxicity endpoint.
Okay, on that note, I think we should adjourn. I spoke to Jim, and he suggests that we take a 30-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 1. And there is a sandwich shop now, a cafeteria down below on the first floor, if anybody wants to get something there. And then we will be back at 1 o'clock.
Bye. Talk to you later.
gonna get answered.
Well, don't worry about that. All the terms are
right, I'd like to reconvene. And let me see, are our telephone panelists back on? Paul? Mike? Jim will go ahead and alert them that we're getting started again. But what we'd like to do now is turn to some of the other issues, and there were a lot of discussions about the exposure assessments. And while we're getting the pictures up, I thought it would be useful to have the panel start off with comments on exposure assessment, if they have any. I know Kathy has some. And maybe start out with some of our questions and then give DPR the opportunity to present a little more data, because we really didn't talk about it in detail in our last meeting. It was presented in a couple of slides, and so there are questions about the model, the drift model, and also on the actual exposure assessment. So I thought it might be good to just sort of go around the table and start with getting some ideas on the out there that we have some concerns over. So, Kathy.
I guess this is Kathy for the scribe. So are you going to present how you did the exposure assessment and the models? Was that intended or not?
This is Dr. Berry.
I just would say that I found that the document was incomplete within the document. I really couldn't follow how you did what you did. I mean, it was kind of saying we used certain models, but without an explanation of the models and what they did.
Okay, so which part of the exposure assessment are you talking about? Producing the air concentrations in the deposition, or the actual calculation of the exposure?
I guess probably the air deposition, right.
Okay, because there's a really detailed memo at the end where it's all laid out. So
do you mean in the appendix?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't find that.
It's appendix.
Yeah, no. Appendix B, right.
Which appendix? I don't remember which.
I guess I didn't find that complete. No.
So you're talking about the memo that I authored didn't answer your questions.
Well, part of what we want to do is have this information on the record. So if it's in a memo, we need to get
it's
it.
Appendix 2, and it's okay. So, do you want background on the drift?
Actually, well, I suppose at this point, I'm not prepared to talk about that at this point. So if you want it, and if you're not prepared to present.
Oh, no, I can talk about it, but
Okay.
I don't think I was aware that we were going to be walking through in detail.
Again, depending on what's the most useful here, I have a list of things I can talk about for the exposure. Is that better and more useful for you all to do at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, or if in general you wanted Dr. Berry to go over some of the major conclusions, we do have maybe 4 or 5 slides that she could start off with, and then if there's questions.
I don't mean to kind of ambush you if you're not prepared.
Oh, no,
That's
it's
not
okay.
the
I
intent.
don't think I understood that we were going to be doing a formal presentation. I thought we were going to have a discussion, which is fine. We can.
I think we usually start with a formal presentation and then a discussion. That's all. But that's okay. I mean, I can't, as I said, I can just jump in, or whichever you prefer.
Okay, so we have some background slides.
Slides here.
So,
So this is Stan. I'm back, and Paul will be here shortly.
okay.
Thank you, Stan.
All right, so as I think,
And hello, this is Beate, and Jesus is also here, just so you know.
okay.
Welcome, Jesus.
So we're focusing on inhalation. So we'll focus on the ag disp model because that's what was used for the inhalation. And it's a Lagrangian first principles model. It models the drop of cloud after it's been released from the nozzles on an aircraft. Well vetted. It began being developed in the 60s by the military. And then has gone through several iterations and improvement to be the version that we're using now, 8.28. So the AgDisp algorithms have been validated using the Sporadic Task Force field data that was collected in 1992 and 93. It's judged to perform well. It tends to overestimate deposition, particularly in the far field. And it was reviewed pretty extensively by the Uscpa in 1997. So, yes, go ahead.
May I ask a question? I found myself confused in the use of the term deposition.
Horizontal deposition.
What?
Horizontal deposition.
So deposition on surfaces,
settling.
not lung deposition.
No, that's
because it's a model that's supposed to be modeling air concentrations, but then it does go further to say no. I'm sorry, then I'm misunderstanding.
Okay, I need to answer the questions. Okay, so the model is a mass conserving Lagrangian first principles model, which means that it has a certain amount of mass that is released from the aircraft based on the gallons per acre. It's liquid formulations. Okay, so it's a liquid tank mix. A liquid tank mix. You could have dry flowable. It's anything that can be put into a liquid tank mix. So you have however gallons per acre was put into the aircraft tank, and then the active ingredient, which in this case is chlorpyrifos. So then you have this, you have the application process, which is flying, back and forth along a field, assuming the wind direction is perpendicular to the aircraft, so it's kind of a worst case, pushing things off site. Okay, so in terms of drift. So the mass is released at a certain rate, so you have a certain total amount of mass that's released during the application. That mass is conserved, and it goes into anything that goes off site either gets gravitational settling, which is where the horizontal deposition comes from, or what's left in the air. The way the air concentrations are estimated is that you have a flux plane, and the model calculates what's passing that flux plane in terms of the air concentration, the mass that's in the cloud
So the model does estimate air concentration as well as deposition.
Oh, yeah.
And I know that, in fact, you end up being interested in both because later the dermal and food and all of that is important for the deposition. But I thought you started out saying you were doing inhalation discussion.
The reason that I'm using this model is that we're looking at inhalation as the TAC process. This model is the state-of-the-art for estimating air concentrations associated with spray drift. It is the latest version model that would do that, so I hope that clarifies things. Okay, so there is another model, it's ag drift. That's what we used for the orchard air blast and the ground boom for the horizontal deposition, because unfortunately, when the Sporadic Task Force did their studies, there's two models, ag drift and ag DISP, and ag drift is what the Sporadic Task Force developed. It's a proprietary kind of black box-ish type model that EPA uses for labeling. But that's what's used for horizontal deposition for orchard air blast and ground boom. So we still have to use that model. But the algorithm used to estimate the air concentrations is not the most recent, most developed cutting-edge version. That's the ag DISP is a separate model, 8.28. So I hope that's not too confusing, but there are two models being used. The one for air concentration is AgDisp 8.28, and the one for horizontal deposition for aerial applications, and then for horizontal deposition of ground boom and orchard air blastage, we're using ag drift because it's the only tool available. And it's based on field data. I reviewed the field data. It's been vetted. It's basically, what's used by EPA to label.
So drift is what it gets deposited, and the ag disp model is what's the air concentration. Is that what you're saying?
Ag disp does both.
Does both.
Mm-hmm. But ag drift for orchard air blast and ground boom only does horizontal deposition. That's all there. That's all that's available.
And that's okay.
And that's why we have that.
Okay.
That's why we have the charge question. Yeah, because we don't have a model that really estimates air concentrations associated with orchard air blast and ground boom. So I hope that helps. The reason 8.28 is what we've moved to is that they've improved the physics of how they understand what happens to the droplets as they evaporate in the droplet cloud that is ultimately formed from the nozzles when it's released from the nozzles of the aircraft.
Right. And so
Okay.
some questions on that.
Mm-hmm.
This says it's for droplet evaporation. So when you say you're improving that, is that the particle size distribution and how that changes
Yes.
from evaporation?
With time and distance. Mm-hmm.
With time and distance.
They're
And-
accounting for the higher humidity they accounted for the higher humidity in the droplet cloud that they weren't accounting for before. A couple of things have happened. The time steps been reduced and how it calculates that, and then also how it handles the evaporation has been improved.
Okay, so there's a particle size distribution, which is calculated at various distances and,
Yes.
and various heights.
Yes.
So I would really like to see those distributions because that's coming. It comes up later in some of the exposure discussions.
Yeah, and some of that information is in Appendix 2. In the back of that memo, there's a set. It's only less than 10 microns because at the time we weren't really sure what we were going to be doing with the droplet data.
Well, okay, because I actually think that's a limitation, a serious limitation. Can the
okay.
model predict larger size particles?
Yeah. I only reported less than 10 microns because it was what was relevant to the discussion we were having when we completed the draft that you have.
I'm going to say that's actually, I think larger sizes are important as well.
Yeah, and remember,
maybe we'll have that discussion. I want to get to that discussion.
Yeah, and remember that we don't assume a differential of droplet spectrum. We assume everything gets absorbed. Right now, we don't account. I'm not accounting for droplet
So it's
size.
100% of whatever's in the cubic meter around my face.
Yes.
Is assume that I inhaled that.
Yes.
That there's no. Okay. I guess that wasn't fully clear to me either. All right.
And that's a question we've had because we've gotten comments. That's why one of the charge questions asked that because we've gotten comments about that, and
I certainly saw those in the recent comments we got as well, and I do want to address those eventually. But I couldn't understand what you'd written well enough to get that.
Okay. This is here to talk about, again, the horizontal deposition that is related to orchard air blast and ground boom. So those, unlike ag DISP, which is a Lagrangian inference principles model, it tracks ensemble droplet clouds and how the droplets settle. The ag drift model is an empirical model. It's based on horizontal deposition curves that were developed with the spray drift task force field data. So just so you understand the difference between the horizontal deposition values for air blast and ground boom versus aerial. So aerial is much further along in a scientific and technical sense.
And when you adapt these and use them, do you correct for different vehicles and the volatility of the vehicle in which the pesticide is included?
You mean for ground boom and orchard air blast?
Mm-hmm.
No, we use what comes out of the model according to application type, which is different kinds of orchards, or how high the boom is on a ground boom, and what the application rate is. And the reason for that is that these are based on observed values. So it's what was recorded on, what was captured on horizontal sampling media in the field studies, and then statistical analysis was done in order to fit those curves.
But were field studies done using the same composition as what we're looking at for in this document?
Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, thank you.
And in other words, the solvent, the vehicle in which the chlorpyrifos is in,
yes.
and the chlorpyrifos itself.
Okay, so one thing that underlies all of this is that it assumes that basically spray drift is AI independent. Okay, so is active ingredient independent. So if you have a tank mix that's liquid, that it won't matter whether it's chlorpyrifos or whether it's glyphosate or any other AI. You have a tank mix that was applied by Orchard Air Blast or by Ground Boom, and then you did the application and you had samplers out there downwind. You collected the horizontal cards. The results are expressed in fraction of application rate, and it's not associated with a particular AI. So it is generic. It's assumed to be generic.
I'm going to ask a favor of you. Please don't use all those acronyms that I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Say words. I tell my students I know 2 acronyms, EPA and OSHA.
Oh, I will remember that. Okay. So it's generic with respect to the pesticide being applied, the active ingredient. So, and that was the whole premise of the Spray Drift Task Force in developing that data set, and it is really the foundation data set for all spray drift research at this point.
Do they use the same carrier vehicle?
It was water.
What?
It was water.
It's always water?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what
experiments
it is?
are done with water. Mm-hmm.
The experiments are done with water. Is the actual application done with water?
I would say commonly. Of course, there are oil-based applications and things like that. But, I couldn't give you, I'm not going to
How about
hazard.
for chlorpyrifos?
I'm not going to hazard what is water-based and what's not, because I don't have
that would make a
information.
difference? Because it would change particle size over time, right? You have different evaporation rates and then particle size distributions, which would then lead to different settling rates versus not?
You might get less drift. Might get less horizontal deposition if they're not settling. So, we can have a whole conversation about what would happen about that. But the fact of the matter is that this data was based on water-based applications. So, and that's for Orchard Air Blast and Ground Boom, the horizontal deposition. So, what's lacking from those 2 application groups or methods is the air concentration aspect of it. So, anyway, getting back to the field studies, they were conducted under a cooperative research agreement with EPA, both with the pesticide Office of Pesticide Programs and Office of Research and Development. Those data were reviewed by a scientific advisory panel. I participated in that panel. I reviewed the data as a peer reviewer. So I will stand by the quality of this data, basically, and why we're using what we're using. I don't remember what the next slide is. Okay. These were my scenarios. And this is with respect to Orchard Air Blast and using the air concentrations generated with the AgDisc model, which is why it's 6 pounds per acre, because you can't apply 6 pounds per acre by air for chlorpyrifos. It's not labeled for that. But for Orchard Air Blast, there is an application. There is a use that's allowed for 6 pounds per acre. It could be any application rate. This is just an example. So the air concentrations were generated using the fixed wing aircraft algorithm, the model, AgDisc. And the swath width was 60 feet. I used 50 swaths, which is 3,000 feet wide, which results in about 207 acres. And roughly in that, the mass released in that particular application would be 1,236 pounds. And at 145 miles an hour, it would take about 11 minutes. So you can see it goes on really fast, and you can imagine the air concentrations might be kind of high associated with that application, this is getting to arguing, the use of the fixed aircraft air concentrations, as opposed to the Orchard Air Blast application, 16-foot width, 60 swaths, that results in 640 feet wide, about 21 acres, and you're going to release about 127 pounds in that time, and it'll take about 4 hours at 3 miles an hour. So go ahead.
So sorry.
Oh no.
I have an image of what an Orchard Air Blast is, but I don't know if it's the right image. So could you please just?
And I don't have. I'm sorry I didn't bring a photo, but right. if you can find something on the internet, maybe. It's a big piece of equipment, probably taller than me or maybe my height. And then it's got the whole point of an orchard air blast application is that you want to go up and into the foliage. And it's
is it going into the foliage from
Yes.
below or over the?
no,
foliage?
what I'm talking about is in. There are some that go over. That would be vineyards and things like that. But those are called wraparound. And yeah, there are some wraparounds. The drift associated with wraparound is not as high as orchard air blast. The up air blast. So here we go. Those are not quite. Yeah. The guy driving. Yeah, there we go. One over. No, to the left. Down. Yeah, that's good. That one's good. So these are typical. Fine droplet spectra. The thing about air blast is that you don't get a lot of horizontal deposition outside of the orchard because of the nature of the application. You do get material left in the air. There's no doubt about that. But the whole process goes on much more slowly. And if you think as an air dispersion modeler, wind speed doesn't stay in a direct position. The orchard air blaster is changing position. Same thing with ground boom, actually, too. It's changing position pretty slowly, 3-4 miles an hour. Whereas the aircraft, again, at 1,200 pounds of the material, boom, into the air in 11 minutes. So, which is why it's a worse case scenario in terms of air concentration. Where was I going with that? That was why I argued to use the fixed wing as the surrogate for air concentrations for orchard air blast. Oh, here you go. Orchard air blast and ground boom. Yeah. So the basic thing to remember is that the process is much slower than an aerial application. And you have a chance for air dispersion to occur that doesn't necessarily occur when you're doing an aerial application. Okay. Maybe while I'm talking, what's the next slide? And do you need a ground boom application? Do you have a sense? It tends to, yeah, okay, because those go downward, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's good to see it, obviously. Okay, so this slide is here because one thing that EPA didn't do was use the model beyond. There are sets of deposition, and you're allowed like 20 swaths is the maximum for orchard air blast. 20 swaths, so 20 back and forths. But those end up with being pretty small applications because if you're only 16 feet times 20, so those are a lot smaller than what our use patterns were showing. So I elected to overlay deposition from multiple swaths. And then what I did, and what's outlined in the memo, is figure out how far back you have to be before none of the material from that upwind swath ends up off-site. And that's where we ended up, with the number of swaths. It's either 40 or 60, depending on the application method. So this just illustrates, the idea of how that was done. So that wasn't necessarily necessary with aerial because 50 swaths is huge, is 207 acres. So I didn't have to do that with aerial. But with ground boom and orchard air blast, it was necessary to go beyond one set of 20 swaths. So that's just a visual of how that was done. So we did account for larger applications than the typical set that's in the models. This is like Christmas. I don't know what's coming. It's like, I don't remember. This is from January. This also underpins the idea that using the fixed wing aircraft air concentrations is a health protective assumption because what happens is if you have a process, and this is for a point source, so if you've got a moving source, it's even more. As averaging time goes up, your air concentration goes down. If you have a fixed receptor, air concentration goes down. So if I have an aircraft that's putting material into the air very quickly, that you can imagine if you're a receptor downwind out in the field, you're going to potentially be exposed to a higher air concentration than if you're standing downwind of a orchard air blast in one fixed place and the thing's going back and forth and it's 3 miles an hour and 127 pounds rather than 1,200 pounds. So I just wanted to give the committee an idea of what happens with averaging time. And air concentrations in the process of having mass released from a application. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you were asking about droplet spectra, and I think Court had this question also. So this is not at a particular height. This is the entire cloud because we've had discussions and comments about how it needs to be cut at a particular height and to account for breathing height, but I'm not. We could have a discussion about that. But so this shows what happens with that cloud and the droplet spectra with increasing distance. So the blue.
So just as a comment, the last slide and this slide are not in the memo, right?
I think we might have. I developed this. I think.
Yeah,
after
that's part of what. These are some of the things that I think are important.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I developed this after the last meeting and after meeting with Court too, because he had the same question. Great minds think alike, right? So the blue curve is basically field edge or 10 feet, and the red curve, field edge or at 10 feet. Basically, 10 feet is as good as field edge in my opinion. Okay, and then the red curve is at 100 feet, and then the green curve is at 1,000 feet. So you can see that you're getting settling of the bigger droplets, which means that more of the cloud is smaller droplets. There's two things happening. The big droplets are settling, the bigger droplets are settling, and then also the droplets are left reducing in size because of evaporation. So as you go downwind, the 50th percentile decreases. So that can be accounted for or not. Right now, DPR is assuming that 100% of the cloud gets absorbed at the breathing height. So, the question is, do we account for it? Do we not account for it? If we do, how do we do it?
And that was one of the comments, right? So would you
One
like
of those
me
charge
to,
questions.
Would you like me to comment on that? At
Sure.
this point?
Yeah, definitely.
So first of all, there was a comment. There's a statement about respirable and inhalable. What do you mean by inhalable? How are you defining inhalable?
That's a good question.
I mean, there is a definition that I use in my classes.
Right.
But I want to know what yours is.
You talked about that in January.
What?
I think you talked about that a
Oh,
little
did we?
bit.
Okay.
I think you did, but I didn't know what we wanted to use, to tell you the truth. So I just summarized less than 10 microns, 10 microns or less, just as a summary in my appendix of my memo. But I mean, I'm open to interpretation, and if we adjust at all.
So yeah, I mean, I actually think your decision is a wise. It makes sense. But to say respirable is what generally makes it into your deep lungs. I do remember talking about this. And the inhalable is what can enter the body at any point. And even 100 micron particles, 50%, can pass through the nose and even more through the mouth. And since we're not talking about the target organ here is not the deep lung, right? It's not the alveoli. So therefore, going into the respirable is not necessary, in my view. That we, the people are absorbing a dose that could be relevant if they're larger. So, yeah, I think some people use the terms interchangeably, and I saw some issues there, and I started looking it up. I'm like, okay, we need to discuss this. Right. And if you would like, I can send you some material on that, in terms of it's something that some people like Bill Hines at UCLA has done a lot of work in actually measuring what really can get into the body. And
what
it's
gets
much
into the
more
body
than,
is what's
much
important.
larger, much higher percentages of larger particles than people think. They're not going to make it to the alveoli. So like if it's silica, it doesn't matter, for silicosis, but it does But if we're talking about a pesticide, then it can matter. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting Okay, that's a different point that I've got there. Okay, I'm sorry.
This
yeah.
is Court. Just to add to what Kathy was saying. So this is all related to charge question number 5, right? And you assumed that any size was inhalable.
Or into, yes, or into the body, yeah.
Right, and I would agree with that. I mean, if you look at this, 100 micron cutoff, you've got 90% of the mass, even at field edge, is inhalable. So I think the way you treated that was the right way.
Okay. That was kind of why we left it the way we did, in the draft you have. Okay, so, I don't know if we need this one.
I think because it's related, it's not, you haven't talked about it, but I think it's related to that. There's been some criticism if you're not including the vapor phase, or that you should only include the vapor phase. I've seen both of those comments, right? Now, you chose not to include it, correct?
We did not include it because of the acetylcholinesterase approach to begin with, and that was consistent with EPA's call, because originally they were looking at vapor also. But then a study was submitted, the nose-only vapor study, that showed that there was not 10% acetylcholinesterase inhibition was not reached at the saturated vapor pressure, because EPA had done some modeling based on a flux study, and they were actually producing estimated air concentrations that were higher than the saturated vapor pressure. So that had to be looked at, obviously. And then in the course of that, a new study on the effect of the vapor was also submitted, and that's when EPA set aside that we're in the context of acetylcholinesterase, we're not going to worry about this. As we move away from that, as we've discussed, something that needs to be considered, and that's secondary drift. That's not primary, because we're talking about primary and secondary actions here now. And that can be looked at a number of ways. We can use our own air monitoring study network results for that, because that represents that other ambient part. We can look at the flux study. There were problems with the flux study. Unfortunately, I'd have to go back and review it. I haven't looked at it that closely in several years. But, it's a possibility to do dispersion modeling. So, there's ways that can be dealt with. But we should all be clear that the spray drift is still going to drive it. The spray drift, the primary drift, is definitely going to drive it.
Right. No, it's pretty clear. I mean,
yeah.
I actually, it's pretty clear to me that even if it's saturated, that the vapor is a small percentage of the total, right?
Yeah.
But I think you may as well add it in, because people definitely take it in. But I think to exclude the particles doesn't make sense. So I would add it in, knowing you're adding in a small number, but you haven't neglected the vapor, so people don't think that it's there.
Yeah, and that point is definitely well taken.
On the other hand, if you just assume that everything is inhaled, actually the vapor will travel further. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Than the particles. So that's actually another.
And
piece.
it's a different process.
Right.
It's a different time in the whole process
right.
too.
So there may need you probably do need to look at that as a separate thing, because it becomes different. But I agree that it will be in the near vicinity. Clearly, it's a small percentage of the total, but I would count it as part of the total and do it for that purpose. But at some distance, it may be the majority.
Oh, yeah. I would agree. I would definitely agree with that.
Well, just again, this is Court. Just to follow up, very short time scales after application, it's mostly aerosol. But then all that material that deposited on the field, right, then you get the secondary drift, the vaporization. So I think integrated over longer exposure times, it may not be negligible.
Right. But we have to be in the context of the time period of our RFC, though, right? The 1 hour, I think, is what we're looking at.
But yes, although when we talked on the phone, didn't you tell me acute could be up to, what was the longest period, a week?
Oh, Eric?
Yeah.
It's kind of like working definition when we define the short term. So we define anything, the time between less than a week, called short term. So as Dr. Berry referred to, it really depends on the actual focus in terms of the exposure time. So, but in general, we define a time frame so that we can actually match the exposure time frame with the toxicological endpoint they usually identify, because as you realize, animal study, they are not conducted at the same time frame the exposure occur. So we have to make some kind of like accommodation so that when we pull an endpoint from animal study, that will be reasonably matched with the exposure time frame that we're talking about.
Now that the endpoint is changing, that might have to be reconsidered. What's the appropriate time frame? I mean, it may not change, but I'm just saying that you need to think it through.
Yes, yes.
The time frame of the DNT number has to be specified. And if it's still an hour, then, we're kind of in the same framework. I don't know what it's going to be, not being the toxicologist. I leave that to them. But yeah, I definitely.
Now you have to ask your toxicologist to tell you.
It all depends on the averaging time of the threshold of interest. But yeah, we'll definitely be discussing the secondary movement in the document. So that's this is just I guess we can talk about this. These are illustrations of assuming that the wind is all going from every direction towards a single house, which is not what happens in the real world. And then do the next one, Svetlana, please. This is what actually happens. So you can have a lot of applications going on, and only one or two affect a particular location over a short period of time. Now, when you start talking about, longer-term exposures, then you have to worry about patterns and things like that. But the exposure assessment that I did looks at single applications over, 1 hour time period for air concentration and 1.5 hours for rolling around on the grass of a 50-foot wide swath. So that would be, it's a different scenario than thinking about a regional pattern, only because of the acetylcholinesterase endpoint and the dermal endpoint. So it all goes back to what is the endpoint and what's the averaging time of the endpoint.
So I think that, that's exactly right. And I think there will be that need to, if we're changing the endpoint, to see a cascade through how that affects a lot of the document. It's more than just that table, but it becomes this. How do we do the exposure assessment? What's the relevant time?
Yeah.
Along that line, there was I think I remember reading something about. There's an interval. Is that the right term? The interval between how often you can actually spray a particular field. Like it might be 30 days for some crops, and some crops can be twice in a month. But those intervals, and therefore that was the interval that you assumed, whatever that interval was. You said it was that frequently. But what about? Did you consider what if? This might be more orchard air blast than aerial, but you could spray field A on Monday, but on Tuesday you might spray field B, but field B could still be, near and contributing to a school or something nearby.
That's a good question. This exposure scenario and the MOEs are based on a single application on a single day.
Right, and again, I guess that's what I'm trying to say is I think you might want to consider. You could look at that and then say, but the next day there might be this exposure the next day. And, the developmental effects probably are not on the same time frame. So that would also contribute to that.
Yeah, so that'll go back to the time period of the threshold that we're looking at.
So I just encourage you to also look at other fields being sprayed rather than just the same field being sprayed again.
Mm-hmm. That was all the slides I had. So that was all the slides I had. So if anybody has any more questions, I'm happy to.
I have other comments I had about the exposure. They're not necessarily just following from that. You have a comment about granular product was omitted. Could you tell me what a granular product is? Again, I can imagine, but I don't want to imagine.
Think like fertilizer that you'd put on your lawn. It's like that kind of like pebble, not pebbles,
right.
but
so,
I mean.
So it's applied directly to the ground.
Yes.
So I think maybe you need to say that because
Okay.
one could spray I think there are granular products that are sprayed as well.
And they can be put on by air too.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
They can
yeah.
be airborne.
Mhm.
So I think that if you had a granular product that was put on through air, then you would want to include it in your things. And if it's put in on the ground, I guess that's where the vapor pressure might come into play
Right.
again.
Yeah. You mean if it was incorporated, soil incorporated, or just put right on the ground?
Right.
Mhm.
So I think. Again, I would rethink whether there could be significant exposure from that kind of product.
Okay.
But I wasn't sure fully how that went. I have to go back. The house dust. This is kind of skipping now away from. Sorry.
This is Dr. Kwok.
On house dust, there's a nice graph, and you have the changes in the house dust before and after the banning of indoor products.
That's correct.
Pardon?
That's correct. Yeah. The graph actually show that before 2000, when the indoor use restriction was severely reduced versus after 2000.
Right.
And then because the data actually originated from the Chimaco in the same neighborhood. So I think that representative enough because they pretty much under the same environment, they correct the house dust before and after, and the graph showed there was a change in terms of the use, so as the house dust concentration collected at least at the same community. So
no, my concern, I liked the idea of all of that, but the actual graph, what concerned me was that the graph, and I have to find it, was of the maximum. Just the dots were of the maximum concentration, and the maximum is a very unstable number. And then you talk about the ratio of the maximum before and after, and that's a very unstable number. In other words, if you collected 10 more samples or 100 samples, you might have a very different maximum. So actually, so those red dots, right?
Yes.
Those represent single samples.
That's correct.
Right, and so we don't really know. That's not a good estimate. So I would strongly suggest, since they have a lot of data, a lot of data is hidden there. That they have more than one dust sample, right? That one do say a box and whisker plot of those data, and that would be a much better representation. And there are ways in which you can statistically look at the data, and if you look at the distribution of the data and the geometric means and standard deviations, you can actually predict the 99th percentile, which often will be higher than the maximum of a sample you've collected. So if you want to do a 99th percentile calculation, you could do that, or 95th percentile. If you want to do, it's just, and maybe we don't need to do that for this, but I think that putting a single point when there's much more data available is just.
So this is Shelley just asking for clarification. Eric, do you remember in Bradman et al. If they had just summary data, or if they had?
I'm pulling up that reference now because I don't remember.
And it might be because occasionally we have difficulty in getting actual data points.
I would hope. I would hope he would have. I don't know the paper,
but we might have ask you to intervene on our behalf to ask for some raw data.
I would be willing to do that. I would be willing.
Thank you. But Eric's pulling up the paper right now.
Court, did you have any comments you wanted to make? Okay.
While you're doing that, I'll just talk a couple of other things. I think you want, again, there are a lot of ways in which changing the endpoint will change some of what you want to write in the exposure. One of them would be, for instance, going back to including women of childbearing age, having a line for that, for instance, and I haven't done this completely, but table 34 on page 110, I think you want to then at that point include women of childbearing age if we're now doing a developmental endpoint. But
Yeah, we can expand the tables for sure.
yeah, I think just kind of thinking that through.
Yeah.
And in the food only discussion, what?
It's 34.
The table.
34
I had on page 110, table 34, I think
34.
it was. I mean, this is not a big deal. I mean, it just was it's just along this line. It's really illustrative more. And maybe that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about food
Oh,
consumption.
that's food, yeah, okay.
I mean, it's for
And
infant
that's your
population, but
shop.
now that would, clearly you'd want to have women of childbearing age in there. And then in the food only discussion, it occurred to me that, you use data that came from N. Haynes and the distributions and what had been seen in the national markets and stuff. But if someone had a home garden and they were eating out of their own home garden that got sprayed, that actually might be I think that might be a scenario you might want to incorporate. Because I think that's a very probable scenario, right?
Svetlana's the dietary person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to defer to her. I'm sorry.
So the reason we included in this particular table 34 only infant is because we had a specific question from UIHA whether non-nursing infants had potentially higher exposure because of their consumption of formula, which is made with water. And so that was the question. That's why we specifically included this. And we did a particular analysis to show that at the 99th percentile, the non-nursing infants are comparable to. Nevertheless, for the dietary exposure, we have at least 10 or 11 population subgroups, and women are included there.
And then you're probably looking that up and didn't hear my other comment about home gardens.
Yes, so the other one.
That the home gardens might actually have more, directly deposited from the spraying material on them, which is less likely to be in the market basket that would come for an average U.S. population.
Right. So we're basing on consumptions from consumption databases, and Enhance is the one that is the more comprehensive, and it has a very large population, about 60,000 participants, and it's an ongoing and continuous. So if we're also cutting, because of the type of dietary exposure assessment, we're performing a probabilistic one. We're presenting the 99.9 percentile, so hopefully we're capturing a highly exposed individual at the high end.
I'm not sure that you would. That's what I'm saying.
Possible that we're
because
not.
the reason I'm thinking is I think that in general those things are looking at what's the market basket, and that is may have a very low percentage likelihood of having having been sprayed on. But if we're talking about someone who lives where we had all the winds converging, the tornado about to form, at that location, at that house, if they had a garden, and they were eating something that isn't normally sprayed with that crop, and so anything that you buy in Boston wouldn't have chlorpyrifos on it. But because that family has a garden and that there's drift, then it settles. That's the scenario I'm thinking.
Right. So that's a valid question, but think about the aggregate exposure scenario that we have. We have a child that's sitting at certain distance from the application site. So we're assuming that that child has been home, fed by mom diet that contained 200 and so many commodities that have approved of chlorpyrifos use at the maximum. It's not at the maximum. It's a distributional residue, but all of them contain chlorpyrifos. And then the child was standing at the application site, getting exposed through the air and through the skin, and as well eating contaminated food. So a lot of assumptions are incorporated into this scenario. It's possible that we're missing on one really hot commodity.
I understand what you're saying, but if you're going to say you're going to look at food, you want to look at the maximum food, and I'm suggesting a slightly different scenario for the maximum food. That's all. But I do understand what you're saying. But this is actually not a totally crazy maximum kind of scenario.
So what we can do is we can make a comparison between a really high dietary consumption. For example, if we're not to perform probabilistic analysis where we have distribution of consumption as well as distribution of residues, that's one way of doing it. In more crude analysis, we would use distribution of consumption, but we will also consider only the highest measured residue available in the monitoring databases. So
no. I'm saying not on the databases for that, but for the food itself. Think if the databases don't include that home garden that's right near where you sprayed, so you'd have to take the deposition. At least in my view, this is my thoughts. I'm thinking you want to say take lettuce that isn't normally sprayed and what you would normally get out on the market base when you did all that. The lettuce wouldn't have it, but at home, nice leafy out there, and it's a nice little collecting medium, so that the salads that you get in that home have much more than you would normally. And that's the scenario I'm thinking.
So this is Shelley, and I think you're raising a very valid question, and we could probably do it two ways. One is to create some modeling assumptions, kind of joining output from Terry's model, and then the dietary assessment to come up with maybe a probabilistic estimate of what might be in a home garden in one of the high use areas like in the Salinas Valley. The other approach we might use is by looping in our enforcement group who have done drift investigations, and they've sampled plant matter. When they've done drift investigations, it's not necessarily consumable plants. I mean, this might be wild geranium that no one would eat, but it might give us an empirical data set, and we could possibly look at both. This, again, is adding to the volume of stuff that we'd have to put in the revised document and would need time to be able to analyze it.
Point. So what we can do is only add up to the tolerance level, and anything above the tolerance established for a particular commodity would be illegal assessment.
No. From home gardens, it's a different story from a home garden, right?
It's above the tolerance.
No, well, home gardens are exempt from tolerance.
This is Eric. Yeah, I want to elaborate on that one again because it took me a while. The reason why I'm using the maximum, because in the original paper they did actually feed the data with at least some statistical analysis were performed. The 95th percentile value is 1050. The very first dot on the left. So, but I'm using the 98. Let's see, the 9,810, so which is way above the 95th percentile. Because, I mean, I don't have the raw data, and to try to be, not underestimate the exposures, that's why I picked the maximum number. Your comment is well received. I know this is not a very stable number, but based on this set of data, that's why I picked the maximum. So for the other one, it's the same. Again, in the absence of the raw data, the paper report only up to the 75th percentile, and the number is 76. And that's why the maximum actually is 1,200. So that's why I'm using the maximum for both of them.
Sure. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. That's kind of what happens, with these kind of things. But I think, talking about the ratio of those two numbers is taking the data too far.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Paul Blanc here. Can I make a couple of comments in building on Kathy's points? One is if you could go back to the table on the breast milk. This is apropos of Dr. Hammond's points about how there may be subtle changes in content or emphasis as we focus on the endpoint of neurodevelopmental toxicity. One is a very small point, which is on the table on the diet based on nursing versus non-nursing infants. The data that would be driven by the nursing infants seems to be much less normally distributed, and therefore you present the mean values, but it might make more sense in the column that has means to put median values. But just looking at the data, assuming that such data are available to you, they may not be based on.
In fact, if they are available, I would agree with. I mean, I actually usually like to have both because they both are relevant. The median value will tell you more of what the most expected value is, but the mean value actually is more important in terms of getting the actual doses, looking at the average doses people would get. So they're both useful.
Yeah, and then the other point is in the text where you talk about samples of cow milk and samples of soy-based infant formula. I wonder if you have any data on values in almond milk, given its widespread use now. It's possible or even likely that you don't, but then I'd say a phrase like, unfortunately, data on almond milk were not available, since almonds are a heavy-use chlorpyrifos crop, and I have no idea what you see when you sample almond milk, but just curious there. And then also amplifying another comment that Kathy made is that not only is there the scenario that a day later the same owner's other field gets sprayed, but in fact there's very likely to be different owners that are adjacent to each other that are spraying either the same day or in very close proximity in time, because we're talking about crop-intensive use for crops which are grown in geographic proximity and in which the season for the window for applying these pesticides is very close. I would assume that you have such data, licensing data available to you that would give you a sense of whether that's actually happening. That is to say, license for use by different licensees within a kilometer of each other, or some metric such as that. I don't know whether that. I mean, that data are there, but they may not be analyzable in that fashion. I don't know if you can geocode it in that way.
So you're talking about a spatial analysis of applications and maybe like a high-use area?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Get your worst-case scenario in that regard. Because just saying that an individual user is prohibited from applying X or Y doesn't get at the question that Kathy raised about what about the next farm over.
So this is Svetlana regarding the almond milk. We will check what the pesticide database program has on almond milk, but I'm inclined to say that they don't have this. They sampled soy milk and formula-based milk. We have data on almonds, but not on milk. No, there is not. Yeah, we just searched. There isn't.
So then I suggest you extrapolate what would happen if you took those almonds and presumed that if you liquefied them, it would be the same concentration. I don't know how you make almond milk. I guess you grind it up in some way and add water. I actually have no idea. But, absent some value, you might just make a worst-case scenario. It can't, it's not boiled down, so it can't be higher, I presume, but I really don't.
So would you just consider the residue measured on almonds as a surrogate for almond milk?
Yeah, absent anything else, and you'd have to translate it into concentration in some other form. But yeah, I guess you'd have to figure out how many kilograms of soy milk is equivalent of the kilograms of almond milk is equivalent to kilograms of cow milk, etc. Like all of the assumptions that they made that converted it into kilograms per day. Yeah.
Okay.
So Wikipedia tells us that the basic method of modern domestic almond milk production is to grind almonds in a blender with water and then strain out the almond pulp.
Okay, I mean, what does Wikipedia say about commercial manufacturing? Since that's what would also be. Hey guys, don't you have a lab or something where you could actually test some almond milk quickly? How long would that take?
This is Shelley Duteau, and we have a MOU with the California Department of Food and Agricultural Laboratory, and they are integral to our fresh fruits and vegetable commodity testing program. They also do other testing for drift incidents, et cetera. We will ask if they could analyze some almond milk for us.
Super.
Okay. We are going to be losing court in a few minutes, so I wanted to, and out. So I'd like to, just move out to a couple of other things. Are there other issues that either of you need to bring up or want to? Okay. When changing the parameters that we were using for the uncertainty factors, that's going to change your MOEs, correct? Which means that all of the data tables have to be, recreated. I was just looking, and that's going to require a tremendous expansion on some of these things. So I just wanted to get some idea of context. When you start thinking about this in the regulatory sense, and we're talking about bystander exposures, not occupational exposures, will this eventually come down to if somebody's living within, say, 50 feet of a field, that would have to be, taken into account when they figure out how much material they're going to spray? Okay, so
Yes.
that's going to be an interesting table, a lot bigger than what you have now. But the and when you start to think about this as for regulatory purposes, do you specify how you're going to sample for the material in the air, or are you just dealing with, you're going to say you use the model data, and so you can put stuff out?
Currently, DPR has a air monitoring network that also measures chlorpyrifos, and our environmental monitoring branch chief is here that she can talk about that, but we do measure chlorpyrifos in ambient air for the long term. We started that in 2011.
Relevant to what Dr. Hammond was saying about the inhalable particles, the way you monitor needs to be taken into account, especially since we're talking about the ability to take in bigger particles than a standard air sampler will accept. A lot of the air samplers have cutoffs, or whether they're inadvertent or not inadvertent. And there are samplers designed for, at least for the occupational world, that really do a good job on the inhalable. And you get astoundingly more material that you have to take into account. So that's something, I think is worth, adding to, your thinking, at least. We are, yeah.
Could you also do me a favor? This very nice report from the Department of Pesticide Regulation, the internal memorandum, which Shelley talked about last time in transcript, could you refer to this or add it as an appendix in your report when you finish up, just to show what kinds of neurotoxicological damage people are receiving when they get exposed to chlorpyrifos?
So are you referring to the pesticide illness surveillance
Yes.
program memo? It is in our references. If you'd like us to add it as a full appendix, we can do that as well.
If you wouldn't mind,
Sure.
that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Paul here, just a very brief thing in questioning what Mike just was talking about. It would seem to me that the latter tables, which do the calculations, in my view, once you get to that point, you don't need to do the parallel calculations for the less conservative acetylcholinesterase inhibition values that you come up with. I think once you get to the point where you're talking about this stuff, it can be just driven by the safety numbers you came up with for the neurodevelopmental. So I don't think the tables are going to get bigger. I think they're just going to have substituted values.
And Stan agrees.
Stan is yelling in the back that that would be his understanding also.
Okay, we've really touched on a lot of the issues. Were there other issues related to, charge question 6, whether the human epidemiological data could be factored into the thinking in a more quantitative way than it's being used. And Beata, do you have any feelings about that?
Well, we have kind of touched on that, haven't we? By saying that these, or you mean the new data? Not the Columbia Center and other children's center data that have been extensively used for the report already for neurodevelopment?
Right.
Well, I would at least like to see some reference to those newer data on neurodegeneration.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that is, already possible to include in a risk assessment document. I don't know. Or for these purposes.
So Dr. Duteau already alluded to the fact that we are going to be adding more explanation on the epidemiological studies in the new in the revised document. So, like she said earlier, so if that is all right with you, Dr. Fritz, then that's what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think that's what
yes.
should be done. I think that'll work.
This is Stan, and I also agree. I think we did talk about this last time, and what DPR was talking about is the way to integrate this information is fine.
Blanc here, I think explicitly you're not using the EPA, federal EPA, a mathematical approach which was to try to derive something from the epi data, and I don't think you need to harp on that more. And I think that as long as you're doing two things, which you are doing, three things. One, you're using the neurodevelopmental endpoint as your key endpoint. Two, although you're using the animal data to derive your quantitative NOEL-LOEL, you're using the epidemiologic data to support the biological plausibility of using the endpoint that you're using. Those are, I guess, the two pillars. And three, you're further taking into account the human aspect by adding another factor of 10. Well, no, that's relevant to the other one. Forget that point. I was off base. But anyway, for those two things, I think are the acknowledgement and incorporation qualitatively of the human epi data, but using the animal data for your numeric quantification.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Blanc.
Okay, if I think we've covered most of what we intended to do, and now I'm not sure how this works out, but I think we would need to see the next a reversion of the paper.
Okay, so our understanding is to now go forth and finish the document that we will be giving then to you based on our discussion today. And we're also going to be waiting for the transcript to make sure we didn't miss anything. But we've started on a lot of the things that Dr. Duto had talked about already. So we are going to then submit that to you and let Jim know when that time frame is. As you know, we have a lot to do. So that's the next step. And then based on what we'll submit the document, and then you'll look at it and see if that document is enough.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the fantastic effort you're putting in. I understand how difficult this is, how much work and how much intellectual effort goes into it. So thank you from me.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep. We appreciate all the work. So that wraps up this particular part. Now I have a couple of other very minor, quick things. One is that on tributylacetate, we discussed the material quite a while ago. OHIA staff sent me the final document, and I reviewed the changes made and concluded that they accurately reflected the changes we discussed as a panel. And so I have indicated that to OHIA, and so that is now officially off our table. And on AB 617, this is the Community Outreach and Consultation project. A consultation group was formed. I'm a part of that, and I attended a meeting by telephone earlier, and we will be having another meeting later in the month. And so Jim and I will put together a letter to the panel just to summarize the activities and what we'll be doing in terms of that so far. So we have a date scheduled for April 6th, but I don't know, will that be adequate time for you to? No, that's what I was thinking. So we will repoll the panel to, come up with some more dates once you can give us an estimate of how much time you need. Sorry. Okay. So are there any other questions or comments that needs to be done? And if not, I would ask for a motion to adjourn. Okay, moved and seconded. And All in favor? Okay. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Hi. Hi, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.